And there was still like 8 boxes out over there in problems. We'll do them later today.
Yeah.
I won't be rushed to get out today.
God, I hate this fun fact about yourself.
Because I know it's going to finish before my expected finishing time.
No, put it as fun fact for yourself. My group of friends are the best.
Best rail.
Fact. They are every year.
Best rail in the world. Am I allowed to put or can confirm?
Yes.
Poker Hero. Master myself.
Yeah. The mirror.
Who's my poker hero? Who's my poker hero? Poker hero?
Is that even a question?
I've taught you everything you know.
How you doing?
Alright, I just won the first pot.
Is that the questionnaire?
Yeah, you got to fill it out. Poker hero? Yeah,
I'll put you.
Not bad. Facebook name, Twitter alias. I have to put my phone number and address in, email address. You actually have to do that? No, you did not. I'm going to put my phone number there.
No one's gonna call you, no worries about it. Nothing. One more
Yeah,
thing.
they can open. 3 players. All you need is 2.
Yeah, so.
Harry. That's the only fault. You could have asked me. What's the trade facing the wrong way? 23, 24. Dealers need to be facing each other. And now hand for hand.
I'll do. We open, yeah?
I forgot to read the poker here.
They're okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, you know that? Of course you do.
an Irish student that doesn't know Darrow.
That's true, yeah, that's a good point actually. Yeah, I know I used to do a few events for Unibet and stuff, like
Oh, really?
yeah, blogging and that, so
I'm so tough. So tough. You know what they're like?
fun fact. Yeah, awesome.
I love you.
Yeah, they're all cool. Like Ian's so
Ian's my...
Ian, yeah, he's
You know, I was
awesome.
at my first ever Irish Open was my people's house.
Oh yeah, when he won.
That was like...
Oh no, he came like third. Oh yeah, he did one. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I had a good one as well. I forgot about it.
Home games in the family. Why are you doing that? Yeah, like 14, 15.
actually, I said that like it was a bad thing, but I was never playing poker.
Yeah, it's pretty standard, isn't it? With the family. Well, oh!
Change it.
Yeah. Because Tower will know who Web Roll is as well. If he goes like, who's Web Roll? Say that gangler guy who commentated with you last year. Oh, I want that hand. It's not easy, that is it? It's long. Yeah. It's never been a plan that much since I left.
Okay, there is a very easy way to open these bags.
Oh, no.
No, watch. Turn it this way. There is a dotted line, but these bags are made for coins. And to open them, put them in a slot machines. Well, I used to put them in slot machines. So easy. All you do is just stir it and then put it in the machine. Huh?
It's a new thing for me as well.
I'll take the bag.
Grab a pen.
I'll take the bag, and then if you fill in the sheet which is on your chair.
Welcome. Thank you. Hello guys. Hello guys. Oh yeah, an hour before end of play I had 6 big blinds and you said 1.3 million. Insane. Yeah, I know. It's just an absolute sun run. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I only cheer on outside mostly. And I won't cheer on things where you can get it.
Insane.
Andre, can you do the other one?
So I doubled up ace 5 b ace 7. It's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be a chop
This
all
time
the time.
9, yeah?
And then ace queen suited the very next hand. It's folded to me in the small line. I just shoved big blind snap folded ace 10. Won that.
You can open your bag, right?
He covered me, so he was still in. And then a few months later,
Then you would write it down instead of playing poker.
well, no, I just raised the button and he flagged a small blind. And I flopped a gut shot, I checked it back, turned the gut shot, he led, I raised, he shoved, I snapped fold.
Is it pair ball?
Yeah, it was a pair ball, but I figured he can't really have any balls because he three bet through all of his like 6s, 7s, those kind of hands, and he shouldn't really have 7-4, 6-4.
I am. Actually, I am.
Hardest question. Oh, it's horrible, isn't it?
It's a tough question. And someone is asking you. You're a dog.
I'm boring.
Ah.
Nice ball, zero. Yeah, I mean, such a good player.
Exactly. No, it's really hard for me because I don't follow poker.
Oh yeah, no,
Oh yeah, heads up.
Literally 30 seconds.
Yeah, welcome.
to day 3 of UKSPC. Dealer button has been drawn into seat 7. The opening blinds are 15,000, 30,000. 15,000, 30,000 with a 30,000 ante. Okay, good luck to you all. Dealers, please begin to deal.
Good luck, guys. I don't. You mean it, but you don't really mean it. Yeah. Good luck getting it in his face. Good luck. I hope I win.
Fun fact, me and my friends like to break every rule that there possibly is.
Yeah. Well, that's what he said, mate.
Right, so 70,000.
Like 550 start.
Student Championship. What's the matter? What? Student Championships final day. Look at the crowd. Look at the hat. What's all that about? I'm going to have a quick word with the hat. What's your name? Where do you come from?
Matthew Dooley from Yukon.
And why are you wearing the hat?
Why not?
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. What were we rooting for?
Hi, sorry.
What were we rooting for?
We've got Nathan on this table, and we've got Josh Barker on the feature.
Another hat.
Yeah.
It's the man. It's the House of Two Hats. We are. We've just started. We have just started, and we'll quickly run through table number 23 as they are the first level of the day. In seat number 1, it's Charlie Henderson. In seat 2, where is he? Did he get drunk last night? Because he's chip leader doesn't mean he have to not turn up. That's Danny Petros, so we've got 2.3 million. He's decided to have half an hour in bed. Somebody give him a ring, tell him that his chips are in play. In seat 3, Harry Chapman is also. We sat outside of Dan yesterday, so they're both sat outside of each other, but got plenty of chips as well. Harry second in chips. Nathan Adshed is sat in seat number 4. In seat 5 is Franklin. In fact, Nathan has just decided to. The triangle is in. Is it a winner? Harry looks down at his cards. Harry's found aces and he's folded. Can't believe it. Unbelievable. So Nathan gets himself there. Elliot in seat number 5. Last night we saw Phil Cholton on the feature table, and finally making up the outer table is Ashley Bishop. We are going to go straight over to Jay to give us the rundown of table number 1, but what a day. We're down, started with 15. The average stack is just under 30 bigs. £6,060 to the winner, 4,200 if you play the final hand and you lose the final hand. We will go straight over to Jay and introduce the table. Take it away, Jay.
Thanks, Tower. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back for day 3 of the UKSPC main event. We've got 15 players remaining. Featured table set and ready to go. In seat 1, we've got Sam Jordan. Seat 3, Tom Raisley. Seat 4, Josh Barker. Seat 5, James Monday. Seat 6, Luke Firstfield. Seat 7, Nicholas Bigham. Seat 8, Thomas Upshaw. And in seat 9 is Wai Chan. Going to be joined by Jeff Kimber as well, one of our sponsored pros this morning.
Morning, boys.
Morning, Jeff. How's it gone this week?
I've had fun.
How many times have you had aces?
I've had aces 3 times.
How many times have you lost with them?
Every time.
Shall we carry on? Shall we carry on this story?
Good to get it out of your system, isn't it?
Oh man, you've not been the most fruitful week, but
no.
Have you had fun?
I'd rather it was this week, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. It's really nice actually. They're good. These the students play the game in the right spirit. It seems it's everyone having fun and having a beer and having a chat.
Yeah.
Not many headphones, not many sunglasses. Everything good.
One thing we can tell you in the background, obviously, there's a massive crowd, which is always good for the rails. Yanis is going to be announcing the all-in calls. Hopefully it doesn't spoil too much of the footage behind us, but there's not a lot we can do about it. There's a massive rail, which is good to see as well, isn't it? Because you don't normally see a big rail on the UKPT circuit.
Really good. Great to see.
So you might not guess who is all in when he announces it, but because of the rail and because of the players that are coming back for the Challenge Cup as well, they are announcing the all-in and calls. Not a lot we can do about it. We'll just try and chat over it as much as we can.
I won a GUKPT in front of 2 people, and one of them had 10%.
Oh yeah.
The guy who finished third, all his fans got up and went, and I was left with 1 person against me and two people watching.
Lovely. So there's some oohing and ahhing going on in the background. Dan Petros eventually turns up. He does eventually turn up. 2.3 million. I suppose you can have half an hour having a breakfast upstairs if you're massive chip lead.
I do know one of these players, Luke Thursfield, had a really deep run in.
So 1.4 million for Josh. Sorry, Jeff.
Yeah, Luke Thursfield's a guy that's had a really deep run in it was the World Series Europe or one of the 10k events in Rosvedov. He was chip leader for a lot of it.
Really? Right, that makes sense.
He lost
a lot.
A big flip with about 12 left to come 12th, but like a big flip where probably neither of them needed to get in, but definitely the other guy could have folded first. I think it was Jacks against Ace King, and it was 5 or 6 bet. And they were the 2 chip leaders.
We saw a lot of Luke on our feature table yesterday, and he did play very, very well. You can tell
he's experienced.
You can tell he's got a lot of experience and plays plenty of live poker.
For the rest, I don't know, which is quite fun. You don't know whether it's the first time they've ever played or whether they've been playing events all over the world, like Lucas.
So we have a student on our table that plays a 10k bank.
Yep.
How the loans have changed.
Loans.
How the student loans have changed. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Love it. So this is the final day of the Student Championships. We always love coming down here a little bit more relaxed, as Jeff says. We kind of a laugh and a joke and laugh with the crowd. It is really good for us to not to be so serious all the time. Not that we ever are, but it is good for the crowd and for the players.
There's a lot of short stacks there, isn't there? So there's going to be some action straight away here.
There should be.
Off the table under 15 big, so they're not going to hang around too long.
Still think for a £30 comp there's plenty of play.
Yeah, average stack still over 30 big blinds. It's
like
incredible.
A GUKPT structure, but just on a 40-minute clock or something.
Great tournament.
Very structured, great structure.
So came back with 15, right? Is the team event still open, or is that
Edinburgh's still in the lead?
But that can change, can it?
Yeah, I believe it's UClan that's second in that.
Where's UClan? Central Lancashire, is it?
I'm not sure where is UClan.
Preston.
Preston. There
it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So Edinburgh actually came second 2 years in a row on that leaderboard. So,
really?
This year they're topping it.
So I was talking to a couple of guys who were saying that their universities have banned poker societies because they think
there's quite a few that have. I don't really
I'd like to go in there and do a presentation on why poker's good for teaching youngsters how to gamble responsibly and that kind of thing.
That's how I learned to count playing darts.
You come backwards.
By the time I was 12, I knew my 51 times table, and I knew everything about all the darts. I was fantastic at numeracy at school.
How would you check out a 148 tower?
Oh, treble 20, double 14.
About a 161.
Oh, that's my favourite. I've actually had a 161 finish.
Have you really?
Yes, in the Super League.
How many times to take?
Yeah. Yeah, treble 20, treble 17 bull.
Alright, shall we test him, Jeff? How'd you take out a 132 tower?
You can't. Double six in the end.
No, yeah, you
double six is my favourite double.
Don't go that way.
My favourite double.
Go ball, double 16. That's the right way.
I've had 3 bulls in it. I've had 3 bulls in the game before.
That's the GTO. That's the GTO checkout on 132.
Yeah.
Ball.
I had 3 bulls in the game once.
I took part in a world record challenge thing for the most bulls in a minute. I wasn't actually in that bit, but it was like a journalist thing, and so we had like about 8 pros turn up. And then all of us were on a team, and we had to have the most bulls against each other. And then at the end, all the pros had to go at the most bulls in a minute.
Yeah.
And I was on the team with Dennis the Menace Priestley, who was the slowest player in the world. How are you supposed to do a speed challenge with him in the team? Phil Taylor was there. I think they broke the world record. I think it's been broken since.
It's like trying to hit a 147 as quick as you can and playing Steady Eddie Charlton.
Steady Eddie Charlton, isn't it?
So good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to good afternoon, Chatbox as well. No, I think, and it's like nowadays with the children all using these iPads and these social media devices. People think it's just like bad parenting, but there's so many games and so many games that you can learn things off on there. I think it's just part of life now. Certainly, I think it helps in life.
I definitely don't think poker's a bad thing to get into. I'm glad that a lot of the society still exists by the look of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, strange why universities have banned them, but...
Yeah.
Pocket fives under the gun +1. You're not loving life with these small pairs with the amount of shorter stacks around, are you?
Sam's got out of the way.
Yeah, 11 bigs. Some people may just shove there with 5s, but it's just let it go under the gun. And Thomas not going to be playing the 9 deuce.
What are the blinds? 15-30?
Yeah, 15-30. There's only actually 400 big blinds in play.
Wow.
So that's why there's going to be so many short stacks around the room. I say half the field's probably sub 20 bigs that are left in.
Looks like the 5's would have got through, doesn't it?
Yeah. I would like to see a shove there. I know we're deep. We had nearly 800 runners and we're down to the last 15, and maybe just doesn't want to put his tournament on the life with 5s. But there are a lot of good things that can happen shoving that hand.
Much rather have it in late position, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would.
You
Honestly,
dread getting called when you're 5s because you're never in great shape.
Like when you do get called, you're just praying that you're in a coin flip situation. Yeah. It's one of those.
So 15 players have started day 3 and the final day.
If you look at shove charts and that, 5s under the gun, what are we 8-handed here?
Yeah,
I think, it's a definite shove. It's a fist bump shove, but obviously these guys have been playing for 2 days, may want to wait for better spots to put the chips in.
The ace-9 and the hijack. That should be enough for a raise.
First person eliminated today will be £190, and then there's a pay jump for the next 3 spots, 215. When we get to 11 it's 240, and the bubble for the final table will be £260 for your £30 buy-in, so 9x. Very nice.
It goes up pretty rapid at the final table, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It does.
So I'm only here a couple of hours. We've got G-Coupe starting tonight. So
you have. Are you playing it all?
Yeah, I'll be playing all of them.
Is there a choose a pro this time?
There is, yeah.
Is there? I better get online and have a look.
Get yourself in my holding tank tower. I'll hold you hostage until you... I might just enter, like, when you leave your laptop or you go for a break, I'll sneak on there and get you in my holding tank.
Do we have to do it by signing into the client, or can you do it elsewhere?
By signing into the client, by 6 o'clock tonight, because the first event is 6 o'clock tonight. It's a £500 free roll if your pro wins the leaderboard and you get entered into it.
I can't play most of the G Cup this week, unfortunately.
Oh, here we go.
Let's guess a country, shall we?
Yeah, guess a country.
Normally it's South Africa or America.
No, I'm going to go for Czech Republic. I'm going to go for Czech Republic.
It's actually work. I'm going to commentate on the NBNBT in Prague.
Is that not like cheating on us?
No, because it's Grosvenor related.
Oh, it is actually. Grosvenor do have qualifiers over there.
Yeah, and they've got 14 players that are going to Prague.
Grosvenor players, that's good, isn't it?
So I'm going to commentate on the NBNBT with Jason Glatzer. And Tom Hudson's going.
Who are we commentating with?
Jason and Tom.
Ah, okay.
So
I mean, they're no Jay, are they?
They're no Jay. No. I tried getting Jay along.
It's a bit like cheating on your wife.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a lot we could do. But yeah, the NBNBT is
cheating on your showbiz wife. You better not come back telling loads of stories. Oh, Jason said this. And, oh, when Tom did that, it was hilarious.
Yeah, I was looking forward to Prague. Never been to Prague before. That's on Wednesday. Start streaming on Thursday.
Thomas is all in here, look, and he's in horrible shape if he gets called.
I'm not going to get called. It looks like it looked like Tom ripped 20 plus bigs with Queen 10 there from the cut-off, but it was actually only a 16 big effective shove.
He's got the stacks behind him.
Yeah, stacks behind.
Right.
So
yeah.
So be aware of that.
Oh, hello, my favourite person in the world.
Hello, baby. I'm saying Tra. See you in Goliath.
Yes.
At some point.
Look forward to it. Nice to see you.
And what's it been?
Yeah, it's been a great week. Been a good week. Side events have been really busy. Been good. Nice one. Don't forget to book me the executive suite for the Goliath, won't you?
Always. Find a cupboard for you somewhere, love.
I wonder how many flights of stairs you have to go up for that.
Oh, it's a half-mile trek, that's it, I tell you. Get over the other side.
It is. Keeps you fit.
Absolutely.
Cheers, Tony.
See you later.
Alright, darling. See you later. Great stuff to get looked after now, yeah, I can just imagine what the executive suite looks like upstairs. Flipping heck.
Are Coventry playing today, by the way? Because there seems to be all the signs that were Wasps yesterday are all Coventry today.
Yeah, Coventry playing, I think they're playing at 3 o'clock. Might be the last ever game at the Ricoh Arena, but they are in negotiations to get back next season.
It's very sad, you know, because there's that wall around the side that people paid to have a brick in the new Coventry Stadium, and you know, there's people who've got relatives who've passed away now and all that kind of thing, who've paid to have a permanent memory in the Coventry Stadium.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually.
Yeah, I've got a mate who's got a brick in the wall. Every time I come here, I take a photo and send it to him.
Can't get in the playoffs, unfortunately.
Coventry can't.
No, they're 8th. They're 6 points behind 6th, but they've got a goal difference of minus 14 compared to 6th place.
I think if Bournemouth sell Callum Wilson this summer, I think Coventry get a big lump of money because he came from Coventry.
So 7 rolling off on the turn here. Yeah, we got a flop. It was Tom opening the King Queen, Josh defending the ace line, pretty standard. Pre-flop, check on the flop, and now Tom coming in for a delayed continuation bet. And Josh is going to make the call. With ace high, does actually have the best hand. Not the call, sorry, he's actually putting a raise here, makes it 175k.
It's a strange raise, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a strange raise. Gets the job done.
Maybe it's the fact that he just felt that he didn't want to call twice, which is probably what he's going to have to do if he is winning with ace high. But I would be calling there.
I guess we can rep plenty of 7x out of the big blind. That could have been the thought process, but it's trying to think what we're trying to fold out.
Yeah, you know, you're not folding out a 10, probably not any pair really.
Yeah, it's
like maybe some better ace highs than you've got, but I mean, you've been pretty specific there to try and fold them.
So 15:30 with a 30 on a 40-minute clock. Aces for Thomas in seat number 8. 20 bigs deep. Looks like that. Oh no, just a big race. All in is announced.
How many bigs has he got, Thomas?
20.
He's got 20 bigs, but there's the 3 stacks on his left are all 15 bigs or less. But then he's got Josh, who hasn't covered in the small. And I'm not sure how big James' stack is in the big blind, but
can we not just race?
I think specifically
just make it 75 and see what happens.
I think I'm going to be raising as well, because the thing that can't happen now after we shove here. If we open, this would have been the 3rd pot in a row that we've opened, and the shorter stacks may have been inclined off of 15 bigs to shove a bit lighter, but now, just facing a jam, they don't have that opportunity to shove over our open.
We can see a hand like 5-5, which got behind.
Probably would have shoved over an open off
so.
of this stack size, and now it looks like we're not going to get any action from the 5s of Y. I think he probably going to let this go. Because it's completely different reshoving 5s to calling off 5s. When you're calling it off, there's no, you don't have the fold equity that you have with a reshove. You don't have the chance of not actually going to see a flop and taking pot down uncontested.
And you've got extra fold equity by how shallow the stacks are as well, haven't you? So where a 15 big blind shove might get called by a 75 big blind stack, it's not going to get called as lightly with a 20 big blind stack.
The 5s will fold.
He's thinking a long time though.
Oh,
there we go.
No, they don't. No, they don't fold. Y calls with a pocket 5.
So Thomas gets the same result that would have been if he just opened.
I think Y's thinking that this is definitely going to be a race, and I'm probably going to be ahead. You know, he's going to get a bit of a shock.
So we jam the 20 bigs.
Crowd get to their feet.
Yeah. If the stack sizes are correct, then Y Chan is all in and at risk.
So needs to find a 5. Otherwise, we will lose one.
Oh, fist bumps.
Oh!
The 5 on the flop. Nobody often fist bump on the flop though. It's not the best thing. But in this situation,
Spades
is a huge favourite.
Yeah, aces with 1 out. And a no good deuce on the river.
Y Chan does double up, which leaves Thomas with 100k and 3 bigs, and he's already on the phone to his mates saying, "I've just had aces bust." Can't believe it. Never happens.
That's what Jeff's been doing all week, because
actually,
he's been watching you, Jeff.
I feel like I've been busted again. There's 4 in a row.
So Thomas stacks slightly wrong. Thomas has 250,000.
They give him like 150 back because he got his aces bust.
Yeah,
that's fair, isn't it?
Yeah, Dave gave him 150,000 because he felt sorry for him.
Yeah, it's fair enough. I very much sympathise with these crushed aces.
Yeah. So it's 250. So he actually jammed for more.
Well, I mean, it's still the effective stacks are behind, aren't they? But
no, pre-flop.
Yeah.
So 250, so 150 on top of his 20 bigs.
Yeah, but he had everyone covered behind, so it didn't really matter how much
so he basically jammed aces under the gun with 28 bigs.
It was only. I think Josh in seat 4 did actually have him covered. So yeah, but the other 4 stacks in the hand he did have covered. All had around 15 bigs. It was just the 1 stack.
It just makes it more of a less inclined to be jamming with 28 bigs.
Yeah, I mean specifically aces. I'm happier just to raise.
Yeah.
You know,
the result was the same. He would have ended up with Y Chan moving all in, then he would have called anyway.
I don't think would have been folding aces.
It's very cagey opening. It's very much like the Goliath gets when you get towards the final day where everybody's fairly short stacked and you realise how many bad hands are dealt in poker when you watch so many bad hands get fold.
Morning, Mum. How are we doing, Gail?
Morning,
Hope
Mama.
you're all well. We're in Luton at the beginning of June, 2nd till the 9th of June. We might actually put a face to a name. You never know. Go on, Luke, says Ollie Nebby.
Yeah, give it up, exploding effective stack to tower.
Yes, absolutely.
We're not even going to try.
Absolutely.
Ollie.
A little knowledge is very dangerous. All Phil knows is he likes to fold.
And we're going to have an all-in here as well because Thomas getting in his last 11 bigs with Ace Queen and Josh with Jacks here.
Josh the chip leader as well.
At the table, yes, not in the room, but at the table.
Comparatively. I think Thomas will take this though. Opportunity to double up.
And everyone else going to get out of the way. So Thomas is going to be the player at risk. He's going to need to find an ace or a queen to keep his tournament alive.
Josh with a hat from UClan. All the UClanners, they all standing up on the rail. Will we hear a shout and a scream when the Jacks...
So this matters for the team event too, I guess, than if he's UClan, because they're the second place team, right?
Yeah, and the main event is what you get the most points for as well, so...
Yeah.
All in and a call. Yanis is going to shout the action, so everybody on the rail. Are we going to see a flop good for the UClanners?
Yes.
Queen, 8, 5. The Queen on the flop.
So just one out for the pocket jacks now. You can see Jack of Spades in the muck. And King of Hearts.
King of Hearts turns up sideways.
On the turn.
A Jack and we lose one. The Jack of Diamonds and we lose one. And it isn't.
It's a 4, so another double up.
Another double up this time for Thomas in scene number 3. All the UClanners sit back down. But Josh still chip lead at 1.4 million. 4 players, 10 bigs or less at the table.
And we won't be too far off. Blind's gone up as well, so the pressure's on, isn't it?
15 minutes times 20k, 40k. Stacks are really going to start shallow then. Like if you've got 800k, you've still only got 20 bigs.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah, if you hear applause in the background, just pretend it's because they're watching the Arsenal game or something. There's not really much we can do. We can't keep muting all the time, so we'll try and talk over anything going on in the background. We don't really know what's going on. We can't hear it clearly, so hopefully you guys can't either.
Yeah, can't see or hear. And Thomas, after just losing a big flip with Ace Jack suited, under the gun +2. He just fold. Josh has folded. Tom has raised with Ace Jack, makes it 80k.
It's not a hand that you don't love getting action with, isn't it? It looks a lovely hand when you look down at it.
Announcing a hand on the other table, which is what all the screams are about. As we get Luke folding 4-3.
And not going to get any action because Thomas not going to be defending.
Yeah, we can hear applause in the background. There ain't a lot we can do about it. We are in the same room, can't keep turning the mic on and off all day long. They decided to announce every hand as there's a massive crowd around, so they want to see how the universities are doing. Not a lot we can do about it.
Every time there's applause, Phil, you should break into song.
Shall we?
You
Shall we
just
try?
yeah.
Okay.
Just to cover it up. And mid-sentence, just burst into song.
So we've had 4 all-ins so far and 4 double-ups. We are still on 15.
What's happening in the football? Anything exciting?
Arsenal's had a man sent off and it's
Have they really?
0-0.
Man sent off. Who got sent off?
Somebody called Maitland Miles.
Oh yeah, the right back.
Well, that 4th place.
Nobody wants to finish 4th.
Nobody wants to finish 4th. Liverpool break every record in the history of Premier League for finishing second.
You know, they've got more points than the Arsenal Invincibles got, even now, with 2 games to go.
At this moment in time, Liverpool's points score, with 2 games left, wins 19 championships.
Mad, isn't it?
19 Premier League titles.
Shows how far above the rest of the teams those 2 teams are.
Yeah.
I remember listening to TalkSport about 3 months ago, and Adrian Durham, when Spurs were 3 points off the top, saying if Spurs could win the league, and I'm sitting there like, no, we can't.
Never been any
no,
chance,
like,
has there?
yeah, it's just no chance. It's
Squads don't compare.
It's all because we had a 2-week break as well, so it's just, as a Spurs fan, just knew it was never going to happen.
They'll get top 4 though, which is
we should do. Got Bournemouth and Everton at home last 2 games.
Probably only need 1 win. I think it's, if Man United beat Chelsea today, they do definitely only need 1 win.
Hello.
I'll get it back to
So Ben asking if we're playing G-Coupe. I'm definitely playing as one of the pros, but I think, do you guys get to play, Phil, or you used to be here, I guess, won't you?
Won't be playing much this time as off to Prague, obviously.
Off to Prague,
Off to Prague for the MBMBT. But,
Dave, you playing some G-Coupes this
we'll
week?
dip in the 30s maybe.
Dave the action tracker, who's...
It's a cracking start to it today. The £6,000 guarantee freeze out.
Yep. All the pros
so we need 200 runners to hit the
bounties on them as
guarantee.
well. We're all bounties, 110 quid bounties as well. So, yeah, and the announcement came late of G-Coupe because of all the other stuff going on with Grosvenor in terms of the new Grosvenor 1 card and stuff. So, from a player's perspective, that just means there's probably going to be some overlays. So you guys should get in there, get some of that free money basically.
Do you think they'll hit the guarantee in the first
I don't think
event?
they'll get 200 today. I think as the week goes on, people will get to know more. But I mean, there's a Vegas package added. There's two grand added on top of that as well in terms of the leaderboard. So if you get a quick start in these events, you've got a chance.
We have an all-in, and it's Thomas who had his aces cracked by 5s.
Come on, Thomas. Always like the guy who suffers the bad beat to get some back. 10-8 suited on the button. I think the Queen 9 probably has to call, doesn't he?
Would leave him.
Problem is, he doesn't have
short.
Yeah, he doesn't have many chips himself. That's the problem.
Leave him woefully short. Yeah, he has to get out of the way of the Queen 9. If he'd lost a hand, he would have left himself with 2 big blinds.
Yeah, he decided he'd rather shove it in himself rather than call it off.
Yeah, so we'll be concentrating on the commentary for this event today. Won't be playing the game later. We'll be taking all the kit down as well and then heading back home. Jeff will be on his way a little bit later to get himself locked into his bedroom, ready for a full week of G-Coupe.
Starting it in London, and I shall be in Newcastle by midweek, so I'll play the second half in Newcastle.
Hope to see the Mark Imber.
Yeah. Ben's going to go fishing for a ticket, he says. Like, realistic. You're not going to try and win one, I'm going to go fishing for one. Best of luck, Ben. Hope you get in there. Don't forget to get into the holding tanks for the free roll as well.
Yeah, I'll have to do that before we
recommend a Team Kimber.
If we get a break, when we get to the final, I'll open up the clients and get myself in. Vote for Kimber. He'll win one eventually.
Certainly will. I'm running good. So Luke's found a pair of 7s here.
They must be in. They are in. From Birmingham, Luke Thursfield.
All in for Luke.
Is University of UWE.
University of Western England?
Yeah, in Bristol.
Bristol.
Right.
Sure.
How come when you face the drinks, we only ever get half a cup? It's like
just up the
East,
shake.
it's like East is East.
It's because I'll spill it otherwise.
So Nicholas is going to call, isn't he, with the ace queen of diamonds? We're going to have another race.
Yeah, so there we go.
There's the reshove.
We have 2 players all in. His biggest poker win, Luke, is £30,000.
Yeah, that's the one. That was in Rosvedov.
You can tell he plays a lot as well because he's done the what you see a lot on the super high roller circuit. When they move all in, they leave one chip behind.
And Nick Bingham, who is all in with ace queen of diamonds, also from UWE. So one's going to be either out the door or less than a big blind.
Yeah, they're going to make a decent stack between them. This is why you want to swap 10% of each other, isn't it?
We want Luke to win.
Do we?
Yeah, because he says he's a big fan of the Grosvenor commentators. They are truly the best. I think I like that from Luke.
That's the first time
that's a nice touch. It is in 12 years.
I knew I paid him well to say that.
Wow, he's up against it, is Luke.
Yeah, gonna need help.
Backdoor clubs or something.
Nick Bingham has flopped the world. Needs a 7, does Luke, or he'll be eliminated. The river. Does he hit that lucky 7? No, he doesn't.
The King of Hearts rolls off and played very, very well.
Big round of applause, £190.
Great.
Unlucky.
Does that mean we are down to 14?
Yeah. Nick Bingham did his dissertation on gambling.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, maybe you should circulate that round to all these universities who are banning poker. That's a good dissertation. I'm trying to think what I did mine on.
And his poker hero's Gus Hansen.
Blimey.
Fun fact about Gus Hansen. The Tower was the first person to interview Gus Hansen when he won his only bracelet.
That is a fun
and nearly
fact,
got kicked off stage and thrown out of the Empire at the same time.
What, the British Empire?
And when the World Series Europe was in London.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah.
You and your name dropping.
He got a broken ankle because he'd been playing table tennis or something. Or squash.
Yeah.
And he couldn't move. And me and PK ran straight onto the stage. I sat to the side of him and interviewed him, and the whole of Poker News and ESPN were seething.
Not a good trait, that Tower. Name dropping.
Who told you that?
Tim Henman.
Aces. Yet again.
Why? He's already cracked them, hasn't he? Now he's got them.
And he's just flatted the open from Nicholas in the cut-off.
I like it.
Yeah, it's a really good flat, considering the hand Nicholas actually has here.
Bit of sneakiness. Might get squeezed behind. If it doesn't, then you're in position. You've got the best hand. You're not afraid of any overcards. You're basically getting it in on any, getting it in on any board. And I would have thought the Queen Jack might c-bet here.
Yeah,
he's got 2 overs and a straight draw.
Should be a good spot for Nicholas to come in for a continue. Don't need to go no more than like 90k here on this board. Like you just go small, like around third pot. There we go, 90k.
And what are you doing if you're wide? Are you still calling, or is it time to spring the trap?
I'm continuing, especially on this dry board. I'm just continuing to play it slow. And I like the call here from White. We just want to keep, like Nicholas is going to continue on this board a high frequency at a time, and a raise a lot of the time is just going to fold out a lot of hands. But
it's a lovely card if you're slow playing, isn't it?
Yeah.
That doesn't change much.
No.
Now,
There's an all in the call on the outer table, as you can hear Yanis in the background. Give you updates on that if something happens. Well, you need a round of applause and somebody leaving.
And he's gone a check and a shove from Y. If I'm White, much prefer just coming in for a small bet.
Yeah.
Really dry board. There's not too much to worry about out there. Just want to start getting some value from perhaps like you don't expect to have too much 10x, 9, 7, 6s, those type of hands. Even I could even get behind and check back the way the hands that hand is played with the aces.
Yeah.
A lot of the time when he checks it over toss on the turn, we can have him drawing dead. I know we saw he had a gut shot in that case, but with a flat pre-flop earning extra chips. Well played.
Nathan has just been eliminated, as Yanis has just shouted. Nathan had shed for £215, which means we're on 13. We're on 13 players. Apparently, it's the most anticipated F1 of the season.
What, Azerbaijan is?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the first two bends means everybody crashes.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason people watch it, apparently.
I mean, it's not anticipated in this commentary box.
Not in the
is it?
slightest.
No.
Not in the slightest.
We'll be watching the footy.
Where's your iPad?
That's a very good question.
Are they in the same place as your seats?
It could well be, yeah.
Well, your six were on the Jimmy Hill statue outside, weren't they? So you don't want to leave your iPad there. I thought you knew where his iPad was when you were at the tower. No,
not at all.
thought you were...
There was a big mystery last night in his bedroom.
Was there indeed?
I'm not going to say any more at all. But there was a big mystery in his bedroom. As we look at the table, and Thomas is holding with pocket fives. We'll just leave it there for all the chat box.
My mum's watching, you know.
Oh yeah, sorry, Gail. And it didn't include me.
So fives. Get the jam through. Thomas?
We are playing 20-40 with 40, so
yeah,
it's costing you 100k when you're in the small and big blind. So there's a tournament behind, isn't there, which is the
Challenge Cup.
The Challenge Cup, that's right. I think there was 3
There's
tables
14.
came back and that 14 left, is there? Oh, it's 2 tables, right.
Challenge Cup.
Sixes for Thomas this time. Are you betting on safety cars, Phil?
So we're on 13. Nathan cashing for £215. Yanis is announcing the all-in and the calls on both tables.
You see the practice of the F1 where they went over a manhole cover and smashed the underside of the Williams car?
Really?
Somebody left a manhole cover up.
Awesome.
They paid 50 million quid apparently to hold this Grand Prix.
Oh, Azerbaijan?
Yep.
Really?
It's the most anyone pays. Blimey, it's narrow around there, isn't it? So there's all in James with the ace queen. one of the bigger stacks, 20 big blind stack.
Yeah, Tom can't call off with Queen 10.
No, not for his just under 10 bigs.
And he's got another orbit now as well. He's got to invest one more small, and then he's got an orbit. Well, he's not going to have to invest a penny. He can wait.
There must be an all-in on the other table, isn't there? Because
here comes Yanis.
Crowd are up. The Mexican hat is in the air.
Uh-oh, and that's a young clan event. Can't hear the cards. I'll see the turn card. I can't hear what's the cards are, but you'll hear a round of applause if one gets eliminated. Uh-oh. Philip Charlton, £215 for 13th.
Which means we're down to 12. 3 off of a final.
What are we down to, Phil?
12. Philip Charlton finishing in 13th place for £215. Well done, that man. Apparently there was somebody who had 10 bullets last year. I'm not too sure how many, what the record was this year.
I heard someone in the tournament yesterday saying that he'd had 14 bullets.
14?
But I don't know whether he was joking or not. He was saying he lost 4 standard flips. His mate was saying, how could you have 14 bullets? And he said, 4 of them were standard flips. And then he tried to justify some more ones.
I think the best one was 17 bullets in the 25-25 London a few months ago.
Who was that?
Albert Sapiano.
Oh, Albert.
Done 17 in 17 bullets in
Just
25 and didn't even make day 2.
He said to me at the last UKPT, why do we only get 20,000 chips? I said, the structure's fantastic. It says, it's now on clock. Yeah, but it's all about how many chips I get. Okay, Albert.
Make it a 200k starting set with a 5-minute clock and you'll be over the moon.
That's what we said when you played at DTD that 2 weeks ago. Like, you go to DTD, you ask them on the chip stack, you don't know whether they're chip leader on the final table or they've got less than starting stack. Oh, I've got 850,000, brilliant. So yeah, but I started with 1 million. Yeah, give me 20,000 chips with a 25.50 start every day of the week.
Hour clock. Perfect.
Thomas on the button with a pair.
In it goes.
He's found a few pairs, hasn't he, to keep his head above water? 3s, 5s, 6s. Going to get it through, I think.
So Nathan, who was just eliminated in 14th, he was from New Clan, studying forensic science.
Forensic science, that's fun.
Yeah, his biggest win was £500 when he chopped it in Manchester. And Phil, who's just been eliminated from the University of Surrey, studying mathematics and physics.
You see that a lot with these student poker players. A lot of
they're all studying.
Not studying, but like maths. I've seen quite a few.
Yeah.
Mathematical based.
I found that most of them are studying as well.
Yeah, that's usually the case with students.
I bet they're not. Most of them are skiving off.
Seat 4. All right, Rodney.
He turned up with a few events, didn't he, a few years ago?
He did, he used to play, didn't he?
You weren't allowed to call him Mickey Pierce?
No. I think he passed away, didn't he?
Did he?
I think so.
Patrick Trout? No.
Patrick Trout? No, he was Doctor Who.
Patrick
Thomas Aces.
Oh, we've seen the aces about today as well.
Yeah, he had them cracked earlier, Thomas, but this time no action.
So seat 4 is now Mickey Pierce from Only Fools and Horses. If you're old enough to remember and seen it.
1-0 to Leicester.
Is it?
Yeah.
1-0 to Leicester. Arsenal finishing in 5th. Chelsea will finish 4th.
We're also safe.
No, nowhere near safe.
Can they get relegated? They got relegation.
Arsenal?
Yeah.
Cardiff are down, aren't they? Rotherham United got relegated yesterday.
Did they?
Yeah. They're more than they'll be happy.
Why?
He had chunks on them at the beginning of the season.
Let's stay up.
Obviously not.
Oh,
They must have been happy.
I thought it was sarcasm. I thought it was,
No, we had chunks on them to stay up, to get relegated. Sheffield United went up yesterday.
They're not up yet, I don't think.
No, 14 goal difference.
Oh, okay.
And 6 points in front with 2 games left.
They need Leeds not to win today, right?
10-0.
King 10 suited for Thomas. Yeah. He's just going to come in for a shove again. This is fine. Off of 14 bigs. And Josh here, ace 9 in the small.
Now, in general, I think you should pass, but Joshua. Thomas has been the most aggressive player, hasn't he? He hasn't shown many hands, so. Might be more likely to get a call, but it doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I think ace 10 we would have seen him call. Ace 9 just lets it go. We just have more hands and dominate spots with ace 10 than ace 9. Obviously in that case it's going to be showing queen 10, jack 10 suited, king 10 suited as well, and a fair amount of ace x. Always suited with aces should be in there as jams. Let the ace 9 go, which is fine. You can look at your shove charts and whatnot and see what hands you should be shoving off of what big blinds, but then you can then fold or call a bit looser, because if it can be player dependent. Like if someone's very tight, it doesn't mean you should be calling off a tighter range than you would usually call. Josh with jack 3 on the button, probably going to come in for an open once folded to us.
Yeah, I like it, Joshua.
And Nicholas should be jamming here against a button open. We found an ace in the big, like it a lot. Well played, sir. Yeah, when the button opens and we've got around 10 bigs, you should be shoving any ace. They're going to be opening very wide. We've got an ace blocker, it's fine to put it in, and a lot of the time that's what's going to happen. You're just going to print folds, take the pot down net.
12 players left. So 12 players left. Philip Charlton was the last person eliminated. Afternoon, Stuart.
Afternoon, Stuart.
Thought I would have seen you down in Walsall this week, playing in Coventry this week, playing the side events. 160 runners on Thursday, 165 runners on Friday. It was 81 for the Challenge Cup. How many runners were there last night for the game that you jumped into?
98, 83 entries, 15 re. Someone had 14 bullets and there was 15 more entries.
In the main event?
Oh, the main event.
Yeah, I presume that's what he's talking about. Yeah, you can't have had 14 yesterday.
Yeah, the main event obviously could make sense.
But Joshua's going to open loose again and get shoved on again by the look of it. Timing is just a bit out for the Mickey Pierce hat.
It can start with really frustrating, can't it, Jeff? You'll know from a perspective when you're like opening hands that can't call a shove, and you just constantly just keep getting shoved on, and you just can't call off.
It's just bad. It's just bad timing, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got to not let it put you off. Keep on doing it. Really. He knows that whenever he gets one of these raises through, he's picking up more than he does when he has to raise fold on.
Exactly.
I mean, obviously stay self-aware of your image too. You know, if you keep on raised folding, you're going to encourage people to shove on you as well.
Good luck to Burnley, says Eric Ramkison. Obviously, Liverpool fan.
16-1 Burnley.
Is that what they are?
I was listening to TalkSport this morning. It was funny. He said that he was watching the the Man United game against Man City in the pub in Liverpool. And once they'd given up on Man United doing them any favours, they were talking up Burnley, like they were talking about the Brazil team in the 1970 World Cup. Oh, they're such a tough team to beat Burnley. Oh, they won't get an easy game there, Man City. Well, the bookies got them 16-1 outsiders, so they think it's pretty easy.
When was the last game Liverpool slipped up? That actually put them behind.
Well, I mean, they drew with Everton 0-0, didn't they? But they lost to Man City.
Ah, right. That's
the last one. Man City slipped up was Newcastle. They lost to Newcastle January the 29th.
Wow.
They've won every game since.
Wow. Yeah. We have an all in the call on the outer table. We are 12 players out. I don't know why we're not dealing.
Yeah, I don't know why we're not dealing.
Why are we not dealing? Oh, he's checking the cards. Rob's just decided to mark a card and have a new deck, please.
You don't like this colour, Tower?
How many left, Tower? 11?
Yes, 11 left.
Not too sure why Rob was marking the card there.
Was it hand for hand before the final with 11 left?
No, we don't. No, Grosvenor Presents don't do hand for hand, 10-handed now. With 10 left. The final table's a 9, they don't do hand for hand. They just play 2 5s. Who went out? Sam Jordan. Samuel Jordan went out for £215.
Well played, Sam.
So we're down to 11.
Aston Villa gone for 10 wins in a row.
No, they've had 10.
Oh, they've had 10, have they?
It's a record for the club.
Wow.
Good result, Stuart, in the Easter Beast.
Stuart.
Coming 8th.
Stuart Dawson said he was busy final tabling, which is why he's not playing the side events after the Easter Beast.
We're all good and well here. Looking forward to GQ, which starts this evening. We've also got our last Vegas satellite on the Grosvenor client this evening as well. £110 to enter that one. Could be off with Team Grosvenor this summer, playing the Big 50, $5 million guaranteed tournament. Have a look on the client for that. And if you haven't got the 110, you can actually get in for anything as cheap as a $5. Are you going with Team Grosvenor this summer, Jeff?
Yeah, I shall be there. Yeah, I think there's 21 qualifiers coming, 20 from the satellites, and whoever wins this G Cup leaderboard starting tonight. So there's still a couple of chances to book your seat. In finalising the plans, what we will be doing over there.
9s for James. This is always going in between these two.
Yeah.
The thing is as well, because we're 11 left now, we're 6-handed, so shoving ranges should be wider. So this makes 9s more of a court. It's 18 big shove over a night, hijack open, but Tom should be shoving all his pairs out of the big. We're going to have some hands crushed. But James not insta-calling, he's in the tank. It is a lot of his stack, it's over 2/3 of his stack, but in terms of big blinds, I'd be very surprised to see him fold this one.
Is there any team consideration comes into any of this, do you think, or not? Do you think team's a bonus?
Oh, he has just folded, has just let it go, so Thomas getting the best hand to fold. Nice shove, well, pretty standard shove, but the 9s thought better on it. Waiting for a better spot. to 11 players, 5 on the outer table, 6-handed here. When we lose one more, we will be on the final table bubble, but as mentioned, no hand for hand.
The Challenge Cup in the outer table is just about to start. Keep you informed about that.
Someone's got to stop Andy Hill's winning the leaderboard, haven't they, this year?
Yeah, I would hope so, yeah.
Finger out.
Yeah. I mean, the last couple actually have kind of, some of the stronger events have coincided with the one day I can't play, so we had a 50th birthday party on the day that the high roller PLO was on, that kind of thing, so they're the events I should shine in, really, the PLO and the heads up. So if I can get a good start in them, you never know. Probably just get my aces cracked.
Or your coin jack cracked.
Yeah, yeah, that was fun.
So we're on 11, we started the day with 15. Challenge Cup starting in the background. We've got 2 tables left of this Student Championships 2019. Been an awesome event yet again. They always turn up in droves and they love it.
Yes, Stuart, he is. Harry is on one of the outer tables. He came in today second in chips, so had plenty to start the day. I can confirm he is still in. Played very well yesterday on the feature table, if you did catch any of the action.
Was a dealer in Walsall before he became a player at Junction 10. Sam Jordan, who just got eliminated on the outer tables from Essex Exeter College. 22-year-old, studying forensic accountancy. Forensic accountancy. Somebody explain that to me, please.
I think that's where you're looking for like deliberate mistakes in accountancy. As in, you're kind of looking
cheating.
For people who cheat in their accounts. Yeah.
What about the just look at the head guy at Amazon, though. Who's paid 0% tax on his 11 billion. Start there.
Can he sue you, Tower? Or
not?
If he can, that was Phil the Tower who said that. Not me or Jay.
Allegedly.
Oh, that works a treat.
Allegedly.
Yeah. You say anything you want.
I've done that. I'm done.
Put allegedly on the end.
Allegedly. Yeah.
If Mr. Bezos wants to sue anyone, that'll be Phil held.
Yeah.
Come and get him.
Allegedly.
I can't see how this isn't going to go in blind on blind here. 20 bigs effective.
So Josh has limped. Wow, he's limp folded.
Yeah, limp folded. Blind on blind.
I think that's going to be a limpery raise, don't you? Once he limps.
It's like if we were playing. If we're on day 3 of one of the usual UKPTs that we play, and it's 2 regs in the small and big blind, that's just going to get in so quickly. It'll be a snap call. Them 2 hands, blind on blind, 20 bigs, should be all going in the middle.
I see so many times where people limp in that situation, and what they're hoping happens is that the big blind bumps it up to say 3 big blinds, and then they can limp re-raise, shove all in. And when the big blind just ships it, when they limp and it just ships it, they don't want to call off their stand.
Yeah.
I really think they need to think about what they're doing first of all, and if that's going to be the situation, then they just need to shove themselves first, don't they, rather than trying to play it any kind of funky way. Just get it in there.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't actually shove himself. Josh once folded to him.
Oh, look, you can tell Phil's a man of the people. Look, there's the Arsenal-Leicester game on, and on his little screen beside the poker, he's got some NZ League rubbish on him.
So we're on 11. Final table is 9. £6,060 to the winner.
Do you reckon it'll get chopped, Phil, or not? Did it get chopped last year? It's a lot of money, isn't it?
I don't think it did. It was 4,000. 4,200 to second. So that'd be close.
We were speaking to the powers that be this week, saying that if ever there's a deal, we reckon there should be a 10% and a trophy left to play for, so we don't get any tournaments that are decided using a calculator.
Yeah.
I'd like them to introduce that. Always play for 10%. Always play for something, heads up. Stuart says forensic accountants are the ones that you don't ever want coming in looking at your books, Tower. Especially yours, Phil.
There you go.
When Jeff Bezos is trying to sue you.
King 3 is the flop. Ace 10 takes it for Joshua. Mickey Pearce takes another hand for you, Clan.
He's put chips in and not got any out the last couple of hands, so he'll be happy to, once he's been peeled there, to be able to take it down with a C-bet. He didn't hit the flop, so he'll be very pleased just to add some chips to his stack.
So we're on 11. Sam Jordan, the last one out, for £215.
How many U-clanners we got in Edinburgh Uni, do we know?
I think we've got...
I think we seem to have a U-clan on each table, do we? Or did the other guy get knocked out?
We've just had one, yeah, we've had one knocked out from U-clan. We've got Josh on our table in seat 4, Mickey Pearce, he's still
in the hat, yeah.
He's the only one.
He's the only one from
And Edinburgh don't have any.
Oh, wow.
So if Josh basically flying the flag for U-clan, it might make all the difference. Try and get Kit or Tom over actually to give us an update on the team event. See if when we get to the final,
Yeah, because Joshua presumably has to finish above a certain spot to get his whole team.
Probably bear in mind as well with the Challenge Cup going on, points from the Challenge Cup does go towards it as well.
Yeah,
so,
the Challenge Cup's still going on.
Unaware of any UClan or Edinburgh students are in the Challenge Cup.
I'm on the UClan clan, says Gary Clark.
The UClan clan, oh, Pixie.
Gary Clark,
Pixie.
a guitarist.
No.
Who am I thinking of?
Gary Clark is from Preston. He turns up in Leeds and he turns up in Blackpool. I don't know Gary Clark who plays the guitar, it's fine.
It turns up for the Goliath as well.
Yeah, Pixie always in the chat box.
Parisian Walkways or Parisian something.
That was Gary Moore.
Gary Moore, there you go.
I've got a hand here. James with Ace Jack under the gun has opened and wire with 10s on the button. Just calls.
Well, now we saw him just call with aces and we quite like the slow play, but 10s, I'm not in love with as a slow play really.
Maybe it may not be like he's trapping, it might just be facing under the gun open from James. James has been fairly tight the last session or so. If he is going to 3-bet to fold to a 4-bet, then we might as well just flat. So that could be the thought process of why.
Just get it in, you've got 2 10s, what more do you want?
8, 6, Queen, all diamonds. Nobody's got one.
Interesting to see whether the Ace Jack continues. If he does, whether with an overcard and no diamonds. So on check.
King of Hearts on the turn.
I think we got a great delay c-bet opportunity here as James. This king really good for our range, but he's actually going to check and going to have to fold if Y comes in for a bet now. Out of position.
I'm not sure what Y's trying to get value from or what he's trying to get a fold really. I don't think you're folding a king or a queen or a big diamond.
11 players left. So we're still on 11, we're 600, the outer table's 500, the Challenge Cup is going on.
Side event tonight as well or not?
4 p.m. 4 p.m. the side event, it's a £37, no limit, open to all, 20,000 starting stack, 1,500 guarantee, 4 30-minute clock, and then 20 minutes afterwards, and it starts at 4.
Send John McSuckin again after his performances this week.
Get yourself in for the final event of the fantastic Student Championships yet again here in Coventry. Absolutely love coming down to the Rico Arena. Superb events. We've got the Goliath on its way from the 25th of July. It is going to be a huge event. So we see a flop. Josh, Nicky Pearce, up and down straight draw. James.
What's James got right
well,
now?
There's a float.
To be honest, blind on blind, I like floating really wide. Just because the small blind, they're going to fire a lot of the time with any two, and then a lot of players play very honest on later streets and are going to just check it over to us when they don't have a queen.
I'd like to have some kind of equity, even an overcard or some kind of backdoor straight draw or something.
Especially for a quarter pot, he only bet a quarter pot, Josh, so like...
Josh has checked.
We're basically floating to hope that Josh checks over to us to do exactly what we're doing now as James.
I don't think Josh has checked to fold.
No, he's not. He's not going to fold this hand.
It's a bit of a weird check, actually. I'd rather just keep betting if I was him. I don't really think you can check raise. Now you've just given up the lead.
He does make the call.
So we want a 9.
Well, this could easily go check. James, the only way I can win it.
I think James may give up.
I mean, what hand could James have? You know, does he bet a 10 on the turn, which would be like that would make sense.
He can have queen. He can have
queen. He can't just have called the flop with the queen, but
we got to think of what hands we're trying to target to fold. Like 10x is going to snap us off. Queen X is going to call us. So basically, we're like targeting.
Very small.
Like the king.
65 into 340.
Really nice, nice play. I really like that play, blind on blind, just floating against a small size bet on the flop, because so many people play honestly after that.
So we're still on 11. If you want to play a Grosvenor Presents events, tournaments, the deep stacks are on the way.
They're all up in the background again.
Yeah. Find out if Yanis talks to us while we're still dealing with the deep stacks next week. Are in Stockton and in Birmingham. And the 25-25s are also in Didsbury in Manchester and the Poker Room in London. The Vic. That'll get 400 runners plus.
What date is that, Phil?
Next week.
What date?
Does it matter? It's next week.
Yeah, so I don't know whether I'm back in London or not.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 2nd till 5th of May. Next weekend in London, it'll be a busy one, as they always are. Check all the details, ukpt.com, and it'll bring up all information about the deep stacks. The full schedule for the Goliath is up there.
It's blind on blind here again, and James with queen deuce. Makes it 80k, and Nicholas in the big should be shoving here.
All in. Get them in, Nicholas.
An easy shove.
Good lad.
And James just going to have to get out of the way now. Oh, Hollywood. Snap fold.
Social media wise, follow us on Facebook at Grosvenor Poker and at Grosvenor Poker on Twitter.
You can find us on YouTube as well, /GUKPT, and we are on Twitch as well, GUKPT. Hopefully next event it will be up and running again on Twitch. A great feedback from that when we did run the live stream on Twitch in London earlier on this year.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it easier to find on Twitch if you're just listening and then somebody sends a link?
The thing that's good about Twitch is like people that use it, if someone wants to watch poker, they can type in poker at the top of the search bar, and if we're streaming, we'll have like hashtag poker, so the stream will come up on the list, so then they can just tune in, and we're going to get viewers that we wouldn't usually get watching the stream, just browsing Twitch, fancy watching a bit of poker, and before they know it, they're watching the live stream. But I think it'll be a very good tool, especially in the future Twitch. It's just getting it up and running.
Two 2-0 to Leicester. Jamie Vardy.
And we've got all in here, blind on blind. Nicholas shoving the ace in the small, and Thomas has woke up with ace 10 in the big blind, so stack sizes are very similar.
Lovely spot for Thomas, isn't it?
Yeah, lovely spot for Thomas here with the ace 10. Needs to fade a 4.
Saw him get his aces cracked earlier, but this will get him right back into the tournament if he holds here.
So, to the flop.
Yanis in the background for all the railers.
That's a great flop for the ace 10. Got the clubs covered as well, the backdoor clubs. So So ace 4.
Oh, the 4 on the turn. Ouch. Oh, the 4 scores.
The 3 outer rolling off on the turn, and it looks like we could lose Thomas Upshaw from the tournament unless the 10 rolls off. It's the 8 of clubs. Thomas getting very unlucky there. The 4 spikes the turn, and he finishing in 11th place for £240.
Final table, the high roller last year did Tom for £4,020.
Obviously he can play.
Well played, Tom from Bournemouth, studying economics. He got in via a free roll, as a lot of people should try and get into. I like that. And plays in the University Society. Well done to Tom, good cash.
Very
deep
unlucky
run.
as well.
We're on 10.
Had a rough time, lost the aces against the pocket 5s, and then the ace 10 versus the ace 4. It's going to be a hard one to take, but played well, hasn't done anything wrong. That's the cruel thing about this game, you can play correctly and perfectly and still head to the rail.
Just like me and Phil Helmuth. Play perfect. Very unlucky, Thomas. Played well.
You and Phil Helmuth. Like Phil Helmuth says, if there was no luck in the game, no one would ever beat me. That's what he says.
So 5 and 5 now. So do we go down an ante even with 500, or is it 4?
It's 4.
Wow, so this is the blinds get you very heavy at this stage. 100,000 you put in every round.
Oh no, you're alright, Jeff. I can see it's just 25k being put in for the ante there. So the big blind ante is now half. So it is 5 players, not 4. So big blind ante is 25k, not 50k.
10 players left.
Does that mean we're playing 25-50 now?
Yes, we are 25-50.
So those shallow stacks will be shallower again as blinds go up.
Yeah, this is the last level of the session, and then we'll head out on a 15-minute break, unless a player busts and we make the FT.
Ten, 4, 2, all clubs. The 0-5-3 from Thomas.
Yeah, this is going to go bet call. Why it's not folding.
Ace of spades hits the turn.
What a card for Thomas. Really good turn card, we call that. Turning the wheel. And he's going to
jump.
Now just shove for what looked like 2x pot. I'm not sure about that one. Make our hand, and then it's just very hard to get action when we go that size.
Yeah, he's the shortest stack on the table, isn't he? Could have done with making a bit out of a hand that big.
And Y actually turned a Broadway draw to go with his flush draw, so might have been able to eke an extra bit of value out of him if he elected to go a small size. Afternoon, Kev. So this is the final day of the UKSPC. If you are just tuning in, we have 10 players left. One of these players will be taking home £6,060 at some point today. For a £30 buy-in, it's incredible. 200 extra money. As we see Nicholas make it 125 with ace jack.
The students' Las Vegas of the year.
Yeah,
I love it.
And even today, on the final day, the atmosphere in here, it's just great. It's you see the rail, plenty of students on the rail supporting their friends.
Is this a call?
So Nicholas has opened the five-handed. I know it's hard because it's.
He's opened the cut off. Josh is jammed.
It's
Background, isn't it?
Five-handed, 17 bigs, cut off versus big blind. Online, like this is always just going to go in. It's just going to be a snap call, and I think Nicholas should be flicking it in here, but he may just fold simply because if he loses this, he's going to be left on fumes. But because we're five-handed, like shoving ranges should become wider as well as reshove ranges, and ace jack here. It's down to whether Josh is shoving the right range. If we've got some specific read on Josh that he's going to be shoving a lot tighter than he should be because we're near the FT, then we can lean towards fold. If we don't think he's going to have any like deuces plus in there, any king queens like ace 10, like ace 5, ace 4, ace 3, ace 2 suited, if we don't believe he's got any of those hands in his shove range here after we open cut-off, then we can lean more towards fold. But tough spot for Nicholas.
I thought he was going to throw a chip in there, he almost did, and then he's stopped to think about it again.
What happens if you're fiddling with chips and one rolls over the line?
No call.
It doesn't really matter.
No?
It's pretty sensible these days, those rules. Does give it up.
It's a nice play from Josh, getting the 2 overs out of the way.
Gonna get some teas, boys. Who wants a tea?
That's a good shout.
Yeah, I'll have a cappuccino, please, if that's all right.
Cappuccino. Well, I'll press the button and see what happens. nothing to do with me if it fails. Tower, you're not a frappuccino man, I can tell.
Well, if I have a tea, you have to make it manually. With a tea bag and hot milk, and then stir it, and then put sugar in and milk.
Oh, I can do that.
Would you like me to order a latte instead?
No, I'm gonna have tea. I don't mind doing tea.
We're probably better going to the machine in the cash room because that machine you have to pay now because the event's on for Coventry upstairs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They make you pay. Right,
So,
wander on.
Yeah.
DK, anything?
No, I'm just
Jotto? Dave, do you want anything? Right, I'm going to wade into the
Surprised you
Coventry
didn't say, surprised you didn't say chips and sausage.
Poor Dave.
Poor Dave.
Dave, shout out to Dave, coming 4th last night in the side event actually. Flying the flag for the team. Should have won it, apparently, but good run for him.
So we are on 10 players, no hand for hand in Grosvenor Presents events when we're 10-handed for the final anymore. So we just crack on. 2 tables of 5. Blinds are 25,000, 50,000 with a big blind ante as well. I'm not seeing the trophy, is it a beauty? Is it a trophy, or is it
A trophy. What's that? Is that like
that's like going out. That's like going out. No, a trophy with 2 handles that you hold above your head and all that.
I don't know what the League Cup trophy is about. That's got to be the ugliest trophy in the world. It's got 3 handles, isn't it?
3?
Yeah, it's got 3.
Weird.
I don't know if it did this year actually, the Carabao, because it's changed the Carabao Cup now, hasn't it? So
I did notice that the Goliath enormous trophy is on reception this week.
Yeah, that looks like
that's fabulous.
One hell of a trophy.
The old 4-foot trophy. It's the size of Katie Swift. Okay, that's a trophy. That's an out trophy. Very nice. The trophy, we've just seen it. It's beautiful shaped piece of glass.
I like them trophies. They're my favourite ones.
So we're on 10 players. Who's going to make the final? Who's going to be the one that just misses out on the final table?
Yeah, well, my pick from yesterday is already busted. It's the curse of Jay. It seems like whoever I seem to pick on day 2 busts early day 3. So
yeah.
If you're playing this year, don't play well on the feature table, because I'll say you're going to win the tournament and then you'll bust.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
So the blind's 25.50. Just ask the question, why is it a 25k ante and not a 50k ante? With 10 players left in the tournament. It's because both tables are 5-handed, and with it being 5-handed, then it's a small blind ante.
Yeah, five-handed or less, we go to. Even though it's still a big blind. It's not a small blind ante. It's still a big blind ante. It's just a smaller big blind ante, if you like. Yeah, it's just the big blind ante.
Even though there's 10 players left, it's because of the dynamics of 2 5s.
Yeah, exactly. Because we've got 2 5-handed tables. When we make the final table, it will go back to being the full ante until we're 5-handed again. But because we are 5-handed, that's why it has halved. Because at this stage of the tournament now, if we were playing running ante, the running ante is going to be 5k. So over 5 hands, you should be putting 25k worth of ante and not 50k like you would at full ring. So that's all it is. Okay. That's why it gets halved.
Everything gets explained when you ask the question.
Thomas going to take this one. 10 actually plays blind on blind against white.
White champ has been in a few spots. He was all in yesterday, wasn't it, on the feature table? It was White champ. He was all in today with 5s against aces and managed to double up.
Yeah, has ran pretty well. Found a 2-outer for his tournament life early in the day. So we got
Log says regarding the small blind ante, being 10 players left, they don't do that in the World Series. They play the full ante. Because it's regarding how many players are left in the tournament and not how many players are at the table.
How was Lady G's last night, Tower?
The band was really good. It was very busy. The club was busy last night. Strange for a casino band to be. They did like an hour and 20-minute slot rather than 2 45s or something.
Right.
Like that.
Okay.
So they went straight through. Very good. Very busy. Club was very busy yesterday. Obviously Wasps upstairs. 15,000 Wasp rugby union fans. And then today Coventry City play.
Yeah, it's been buzzing in this casino all week.
This casino has been rammed all weekend and all week as well with the amount of students. It's been a fantastic effort from everybody involved getting these student championships up and running. Loved it all. Social media wise, Grosvenor Poker on Facebook, at Grosvenor Poker on Twitter,
and on YouTube GUKPT, and on Twitch GUKPT as well.
There were plenty of players watching it back on YouTube when they get back to the student unions. A lot of players do love to watch the YouTube footage back.
But it's been a really great week, this feature table. We've seen so many different hands played and different ways of playing hands from the students, and it's really good to see the difference in levels as well.
Yeah,
it's been a really good event to attend and cover for. It's, as we see Nicholas under the gun with 20 bigs, should be raising it up, does make it 100k, and it's folded round and not going to get any action at all here. But look at that row behind it. It's just great. Everyone here supporting friends from their university, hoping that they can get some extra points on that team leaderboard. Edinburgh are leading that at the moment, closely followed by UCLan.
Thank you very much.
No coffee, Joe?
Oh, that's alright, Jeff, no worries.
I was going to make you tea, but then I couldn't carry 3 out. I don't know whether you like tea or not. They're out of coffee beans.
I'm an Englishman, I love tea.
Next time.
Next time.
It's quite hard work with all the commentary crowd in here. Big
Yeah.
game today, big crowd. Whoever they're playing.
Shrewsbury Town.
Oh, that's right, yeah, because I've just seen some Shrewsbury shirts.
Is that
as
like
well.
a local derby-ish?
Where is Shrewsbury?
Near Wales, isn't it?
Oh, it is near Wales.
Kind of Midlands, though, isn't it? Oh, I know.
Yeah, is it Shropshire?
Yeah, but I mean, that doesn't
It's
narrow
on
it
the
down,
border,
does it?
isn't it? Shropshire and...
Still 10 left.
Yeah, still 10 left, and everyone with nearly identical stacks, as you can see here.
Oh, that's fun. I
It's
like it when that happens.
it's basically like they've all just sat down at a five-man sit and go. It'd be really interesting to see if someone does try and take the initiative. Stack size all so similar of all 5 players at the table. Be interesting if anyone going to try and put the foot down, start opening a lot of hands, especially 5-handed. We're just going to get so many folds opening a lot of the time. Only 4 players to get through all the time. Should be opening a lot wider than what we would be at a full ring table.
Alan says, do we know what day David Hayes playing the Goliath? Don't really know, but I reckon he's going to play the Monday. And I reckon he will play Monday, Tuesday, however many he needs. However
Wednesday,
free
Thursday, Friday.
I mean, he might do. It takes us that long to get through sometimes. I know Joe Beaver's played every single day for about 12 levels a day, never got through one year, so it is tough to get through day one. Hopefully he'll get through. Definitely going to be doing something with our Vegas qualifiers, so get yourself in the Vegas final tonight.
Yes, the last chance.
Last chance to join the team.
Online to join the team. Where will me and you be when all the guys are off to Vegas, sunning themselves, enjoying themselves on the Vegas Grosvenor team party?
Luton?
Luton. Oh, that's right. UKPT Luton, the first 500 in Luton. Looking forward to that one. Second till the 9th of June. If you're watching the live stream and you want to play UKPT, the next one is in Luton.
It's just an interesting hand. So Thomas has limped under the gun with the Queen 10 suited, and he's been isolated by Y with the real hand from the big blinds.
Yeah, Thomas Cole's on the river.
And they've checked it a couple of times. Y's checked the ace high board, and he's done it successfully. He's got paid off by second pair, which is exactly what he was looking for. Chip leader on the table is Y. Cracked aces first up.
Yeah.
He has not looked back.
So the stacks are pretty similar on our feature table. We are on 10. We will be going to a break as well. When we get down to breaking round about 20 minutes time, if we're not already on the final table. Whereas we used to play hand for hand, obviously the break would be at the final, but 10-handed and no hand for hand. Then there will be a break in 20 minutes if we get there.
Talking about David Hay though, I saw Dillian White in the hotel yesterday after the Wasps game.
Did you?
I don't know why. Yeah, I looked on Twitter and he was at the Wasps game. I don't know who he's pals with, but I did see some of the young lads who were serving.
Did you recognise it?
Yeah.
Did you?
He's huge for a start. But he could have fitted in with some of the rugby players, but yeah, he seems to have a tiny head for such a big bloke. Probably an advantage when you're a boxer, right?
Yeah. Dylan White.
I
Is he fighting for a title soon?
I think he's fighting on Sky Box Office against somebody I've never heard of. Good luck selling tickets to that. I didn't tell him I'm Team Chisora and Team Hay these days. I don't want to start a rock, not in the corridors. I guess he must be pals with some of the players or something. He is a big lump though, you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him. But we've had Chisora's played in David Hay's home games, Chris Eubanks played in them.
Oh, was he play a lot of home games, David Hay?
Yeah, in his boxing ring, so we go every Wednesday, one of us goes to play in the games. But
oh, something's happening over there on the outer table. Yanis runs across. We have an all in the call.
Yanis running across, the former Olympic bobsleigh champion, whatever the hell he was.
Luge. The luge.
Why are we not dealing?
I don't know.
It's not hand for hand.
Yeah. Should be dealing out these players.
Yeah.
Stood up.
Yeah, it should just be. They should be getting dealt out.
Why is? I don't understand.
Well, maybe it is hand for hand, is it?
No, it's not. It's definitely not. All Broken Alive presents no hand for hand on the final table bubble now. So
I don't know why he's not dealing them.
A strange one. Chris Eubank Jr. plays poker as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he plays.
Yeah.
When he played in the home game, he said he was playing 10-25 in the Palm Beach the night before.
He plays the Empire sometimes. There's a story at Empire sitting there playing 1-2, and he's wearing his fancy watch, and someone goes to him, "Is that watch real, mate?" And he goes, "Is it real? Do you not know who I am?"
Fallen announced, seat 3.
Yeah, but he plays a lot.
He told us he'd watched Daniel Negreanu's online course as well. That's how Eubank started playing. Well, that's how he's brushed up.
What was it with the name Thomas and Aces?
2 black aces for Thomas.
Really wants action here for 13 bigs. Doesn't get any.
Heartbreak when you don't get the action. So did Arsenal lose 3-0 then?
They couldn't have lost 3-0 again, surely. They lost 3-0 the other day.
3-0 against the Arsenal. He's doing a good job, that new manager, isn't he?
Yeah.
Seen them in the world beaters. Now I've got 2 Arsenal players in my fantasy team. I've got an Arsenal defender and I've got Mkhitaryan. I don't know who's scoring less points.
Cards come out again. 10 players left in the main event of the Student Championships.
They're just turning into the new Spurs, aren't they?
So we could have been on the final table right there and then, but we had a double up on the outer one.
Was that a walk for Nicholas that hand? He had a decent ace in the big blind. Probably not passing it.
Yeah, made you wince like that. Actually, go to sick last night.
They were about 2 weeks ago, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. I remember getting all the texts from the Arsenal friends saying, mind the gap.
It didn't last long, did it? So one more to go before we hit the final table of the 2019 Student Championship.
Yeah, so if we don't lose one in 15 minutes time, we will head out on a 15-minute break. So I should make you aware of that. And when we do come back, we'll have the other 5 players at the featured table.
Are they going to swap them, are they?
Usually do on day 3s. We'll swap the table if we don't get to the FT after the first break.
Thomas. Calls the 50,000. Just under the gun, just limps. Called in 2 spots. In fact, called a small blind mix it up. Big blind checks the Walsall nuts. The 063. Jack Queen 4. Whiffs everybody. Whiff. Check. Whiff the foot. 8 of clubs. Still. Thomas taking a big lead with the 8.
Nicholas has got the 8 foot.
Check. Oh, sorry, Nick in seat 7.
Thomas has got straight draw.
Yeah, with 3 clubs. Check it down. Yeah. No aggression. Nick decides to fire in a little bit. I don't think why, even though he connects with bottom pair, is going to be calling.
Trying to get called by ace high, do you think? It's ambitious. 3-way.
Might stick in a little raise to 120 maybe. Nope, decides to get away with it. And Tom in seat number 3 will not be calling out of his stack of 7-3-5.
Good pass. You do start to convince yourself what the hell's this guy betting now, don't you? And you do block the 9-10 and you do have a nice ace high, but good pass. Very strange bet, really.
It's big recently, you call it, but I mean, like, last time it just can't be. What G was it last year? That was right there at the time. More competitive. Was it last year summer? It wasn't it last year. Spring. Oh, yeah, that's something.
Players left, heading towards a break in 10 minutes time if we don't hit that final table by then. 24 bigs as big stack, 15 bigs as short stack.
They've consolidated nicely, haven't they, into a nice little pack.
And if we do get to the break with still 10 players left, going to be coming back at 30k, 60k, so just 200 big blinds in play, which means the average stack only going to be 20 bigs.
Fortune favours the brave.
It does indeed.
We've had a couple of double ups as well. If those 2 will have been eliminated, we've been down to maybe 8 players by now. So this shows what doubling up and nobody being eliminated for a couple of levels does to the average stack.
If when the average is 20 bigs, if you can get that stack where you can get the kind of 40 big stack, whether it's by winning a flip and knocking someone out or whatever, but you can really put pressure on when everyone's got a similar kind of stack. There's a lot of ICM pressure on the players then. $6 grand for first.
Yeah.
What's 9th in this tournament? It's still in the sort of low hundreds.
Yeah, it is in the low hundreds.
Big differences.
Ninth is £290.
Yeah, it's a massive swing, isn't it? You know, if you're all sat with 20 bigs there, you could really make a difference.
And it's also thinking, I am so close and yet so far as well, isn't it? What? 10-10-5, Josh and Y are going to get the lot in here.
Yeah, Josh is...
This could be in trouble.
This could be curtains. Unless a queen rolls off, there's just no way this shouldn't go in. It's button versus blind dynamic, as the blinds as well, so... Yeah, why after being called, he's probably just going to go bet. Wants to size up a bit on the turn so we can...
Bet. The turn card.
It's who's trapping who, isn't it?
Wow, he's checked behind.
He's on check on a turn we've not seen.
And it's a 3, so Josh is going to lead, and then Y is going to raise. It's just what size he's going to elect to go.
You just can't get away from this, can you?
Well, the thing is, when Josh bets here, we're going to see Y raise, and it comes back to Josh. He's got to understand that the only hand, like Y,
60,000.
that Y is only ever going to be raising here with like 10x plus. He's never going to raise like an overpair. He's just going to flat because Josh can have 10x here in the big blind.
But a lot of his 10x.
What's the raise going to be? About 400?
Yeah, I don't even mind going.
No, he just calls.
What?
He has just called with King 10.
Wow.
Afraid of the ace 10, I guess.
Where is the value on the river? There's left $500,000 on the table there, I reckon.
Yeah, Josh has got away cheaply. That hand, it's a cooler where he's lost so much less than he should have lost that hand.
Wow, Josh is going to feel like he's got away there, isn't he?
Yeah, it definitely feels like he's found the channel. He's got himself away there from what potentially could have been nearly $1 million chip pot. That just flatting there. Wowzers, eh? Wowzers. Josh has got away with one. White Chant deciding just a flat trip 10's king kicker. 6 minutes to go until the end of this session if we don't get to a final before. We could have been on the final right then.
I kind of feel like we should have been.
Yeah.
It's all very well being scared that you can't get paid off from anything worse, but you know, sometimes you have to go with these things. Playing King 10, you've hit 2 10s. If the other guy's got ace 10, so be it. But there are a lot of other 10s that could pay you off. Even a second pair might second guess itself and pay you too.
You shouldn't really have ace 10. 5-handed if the button's opening, and I've got ace 10 in the big. I think I'm going to be 3-betting a fair amount at the time. So we got like near the effective nut 10 there with King 10, and he's got so many worse 10x there, Josh. We want to get value. He's defended out of the big blind. He's going to be defending like his 10-6 suited, 10-7, 10-8, 10-9. There's just so many hands that we can get value from. Don't need to be scared of monsters under the bed. Yeah, sometimes you might show up with a set and we've run into a boat, but it's just a cooler. Those things happen in poker. You just got to try and go for value there.
People overcomplicate hands, don't they? I mean, it really should just be a case of bet there and not bother checking turns or anything. It should just be get some chips in the pot, see if we can get paid off with a monster hand.
So blind on blind here. James in the small makes it 150 to go. And, Nicholas in the big blind with Queen 6 suited just lets it go. So, James takes the initiative blind on blind and picks up the pot.
I don't mind that too much at this stage. I don't mind not defending as widely as I normally would do. The stacks are shallow. You haven't got a great hand, even if you might be winning. I'd rather just be aggressive when it's passed round to me next time rather than defending and not really knowing where I am in hands.
10 players left. We've had 2 double-ups while we have been 10-handed. We've also had a potential final table pot that didn't materialise. White Chan deciding just to call a bet on the river when he had a monster.
We actually saw a hand yesterday that involved wire where he looked like an absolute genius. Both players backdoored into a flush. Both had 2 spades in their hand.
6-5 and king 3.
Yeah, and it went check, check, flop, check, check, turn. Both backdoored into a flush, and it went bet, and wide just flat called against the second nut flush, and he had a 6-high flush, and it looked like an ingenious flat at the time, but it might be only like raising for value with really top end of his range. There's a Nicholas in the small hit.
Just makes it up for king 10.
I think we should be raising king 10 there.
Yeah, all 100% of the time.
Bit of aggression in the blinds, as you don't want to limp. Rather take it pre-flop if possible.
100% of the time we're raising with king 10. Hit the 10 as well. Queen 10, 8, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, Y actually has an up and down straight draw here though. 7 rolls off on the turn. So I think we should start betting here as Nicholas. Blind on blind. Going to have the best
call,
hand here.
isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Y with bottom pair and an up and down straight draw shouldn't be going anywhere, especially with position. We can have the best hand here as well. Our 7 can be the best hand. You've got to remember Nicholas just completed in the small.
Do you ever consider raising here, Joe?
No, not in this particular spot. Just because stack sizes, if we raise and we get jammed on, like we don't get to realise our equity to make our straight, or
so just call
potentially
the river,
spike another 7.
Looks a bit painty. It's a straight. There it is.
There's a straight on the river.
There's a straight for
You're not going
white.
to get anything out of it. Why?
Did he check
behind?
He's really?
Check back. He loses to king 9 and ace king, and you've got to remember Nicholas completed in the small, so he can't have ace king.
Wow.
And king 9 suited's probably going to raise, so we literally scared of king 9 there, and that's it. And king 9 on the flop's probably going to lead.
How has there been no bet on the river?
Oh, that's
I imagine Nicholas is check folding.
Yeah, he's going to fold the king 10, but
Why? You said it. You agreed. What? You said yes, didn't you? Yes. Lucky I'm first.
Price for half time.
Yeah, you will. Still, you get a decent price.
That could have been your 1,200 quid from yesterday. It was over there before the sort of yellow, so I don't know where we went. There you go.
Here we are, guys. Internet went down. That's all it was. Because we're down underground, underneath the football pitch and what have you. Just a intermittent internet, meaning that we missed 10th place finisher. That's all we missed, because we've had 2 breaks since then. James Munday finishing in 10th place. That's the only thing we missed. Internet, intermittent, and now we are back. We'll be having a run through. In fact, look at that beautiful, stunning guy getting ready. Just about to start.
Having a little wiggle.
The walk on.
Where's the music? Cue the music, guys. Not much of music, but we'll take it.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I get dumb. I get copyrighted and everything.
YouTube's going to crash in the next hour.
Yeah. I'm still stick. I'm not using that. I'm just going to stick with that. Danny, that way. That way. Danny,
Don't stand behind the tower there.
Why?
Why? Over there.
Me as well.
No,
You stay there.
It's up to you how you want to do it. No, just do call in and then do it. That's fine, let them sit down. And then we call in and line them up. We can tell them direct where they're going.
Yeah,
Stop
still
singing.
30-60.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final table of the Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the final table of the Student Championships 2019. They've been waiting a while, so we'll get us straight on to the final. In seat number 1 is Danny Petros, Northampton Uni, 1.2 million. Cheers, good luck, Danny. In seat number 2, White Chan from Swansea, 915,000. Cheers, big round of applause. In seat number 3, the university that's in the lead at this mounting table for the fantastic CardinalDirect.com table over there, Josh Barker from UKSPC. Mickey Pierce. Hey, they look like Mickey Pierce, really full of noses. There he is. In seat number 4, Harry Chapman, 1,970,000 from Chapman. Good looking now, good luck. In seat number 5 from Exeter University, Ashley Bishop, 535,000. Good looking man. Also from Exeter, who can still win the team championships by the way, Charlie Henderson, 1,460,000. Good luck, Charlie. In seat number 7 from the UWE, they also have a chance of winning that fantastic table. Tom Raisy, 1.5 million. In seat number 8, also from UWE, Nick Bigham, 800,000. Good luck, Nick. And finally, the chip leader with 1,980,000 from the Queen Mary, it's Elliot Franklin. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your final table lineup. Who's going to win?
Nick.
Who's going to take down the table of the championships as well? Well, don't forget, first prize, £6,060. Good luck, one and all, straight over to the final table.
Thanks, Tower. What a great walk-on. See all the players taking their seats there. 9 players left. It is final table time. Playing for £6,060. Just going to have the FT photo taken and then we'll be off. Everyone locked up £290 and a huge increase from 9th to 1st. Difference of just under £5,800. And Yanis bringing the trophy out of its box.
Photos taken, everybody is ready, let's get down to action. Here we go. Who's going to win? Who's going to take down the trophy at the £6,060? Will there be a deal? Who's going to win the team championships? All will be revealed later this evening. We are ready to start. 30,000, 60,000, 60,000 running ante. Well, 60,000 big blind ante, should say. Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah, looking forward to it. They've bested a huge field.
Who's taking it down? What do you reckon, Jay?
Well, I hate to put the curse on him because it always happens. My pick.
Who's going to win?
Is going to be Harry.
It's going to be Harry, is it? Okay.
He's got a nice stack, one of the chip leaders at the table, and he seemed to play.
I'm going for Tom Raisy. Don't know why, just I'm going for Tom Raisy. So that's my pick. We do sorry if we bocked them. We didn't mean to.
Yeah, if I do, Harry, I'm sorry, but I haven't got a good track record with picks, but I'll just go on what I see throughout the days.
So early stages, this is the first hand, or the second hand down.
New deck, please. Took one hand, new deck.
We will keep you informed of what's happening around the Challenge Cup as well. Side event starts at 4 o'clock in the club.
It's Nicholas, easy shove here, once folded to us in the small blind. We're playing 13 big blinds effective, so in it goes, and not going to be getting action from Elliot. We'll shoot 2 short stacks, Ashley and Nick. Expect them to be finding the spot, getting their chips in early on, try and get that double and put themselves right back in contention for taking this down. So there's the chip stacks. You can see no one with a clear-cut lead.
32 bigs, big stack.
But what you expect to happen the first couple of levels or this session, quite a few bust outs, and then things should slow up once the average stack increases. At the moment it's around 20 bigs, but once a few players bust, that's going to increase, and expect it to slow down when we get to 6-5 players for a while, but expecting a few bust outs early on just because of stack sizes.
32 bigs, big stack. Ashley, 8 bigs, White 15, Nick 15, and then 20 bigs plus for the rest of them. How many chips could White Chan have had with those two hands that we saw before we hit the final?
Yeah, don't. He could have stacked Josh in seat 3. If you saw that hand before we went on a break. Both players flopping trips, and Wyatt just deciding to flat the river after checking back turn. Pot should have been a lot bigger, and the straight as well on the river. That it was pretty much the effective nuts. Couldn't have ace king in the spot his opponent the way the hand had played, and decided to check back rather than going for thin value. But it wouldn't have even been thin value, it would have just been value.
So Ashley's all in with king 10.
Yeah, this is fine from Ashley. We've got sub 9 big blinds.
Yep.
We find king 10. In it goes, and we are the short stack as well. It's not like someone's sitting with 2 bigs and we can wait for them to bust for a little ladder. So in it goes, and why not going to call in the big blind. So Ashley gets that one through, and you can see there it's about a 25% stack increase for him just from getting that shove through. There's 150k in the middle.
Online later on tonight, we've got the G Coup starting, £100,000 guaranteed week of online poker.
Yeah, plenty going on tonight actually on the client. We've got 3 G-Coupe events as well as our final Road to Vegas satellite. We got the £30 freeze out that starts at 6. There's a £30 freeze out starting at 7 as well. And then we've got the 225 high roll up that kicks off at 8 PM, and 8 PM the Vegas satellite kicks off as well. So plenty going on the client this evening. Great opportunity. Get yourself over to Vegas for cheap.
Yep.
Be free rolling, a 5 million guaranteed comp.
So Thomas in seat number 4.
Yeah, expect him to open.
Sorry, in 7. He's got the 4s.
Yeah.
There's us to 120 with the blinds at 30-60.
Okay, we have an all in and a call.
Yeah, no one was going to take it on, so Dan was signed up, me, Dan, and then I think Sam and James just filled in as well.
That's
Yeah, they've been really good this year. They've been really on it for a lot of places.
raised 125.
So in the hijack, as it's all folded round, Elliott's with raises to 125,000.
Yeah, Danny here in the cut-off. I think he's probably just going to let this one go. Yeah, if we want to continue, we feel like Elliott's going to be light here. It's, could come in for a free bet, but he's just going to flat. Got to remember, we're only playing sub 20 bigs. Yeah, we got a million chips, but we want to be looking at it in terms of big blinds rather than stack size. But would have much preferred to see a 3-bet, but does flat in position, has position over the opener, has a suited ace. It'll be interesting to see if people are taking like 3-bet spots on the final table, or if it's just played in a more standard fashion. As we go 3-way to the flop, because Harry in seat 4 defends the big blind. And a bit of action here, everyone catching a piece, huge piece for Elliott, the original open here, flopping an up and down straight flush draw, Harry with an up and down himself, and Danny's got middle pair, so Elliott should always be continuing here with the 9-7 and does bet 200k. And now this is the problem with like ace-8. I know we can see Danny's got the best hand here, but a lot of the time we're going to be in spots when we do catch a little piece of the board like we have here with middle pair. And we still got a player behind as well. So it's a spot where we're probably going to have to call, and now we've got just 900k in our stack, which is 15 bigs, and now Harry behind getting a direct price to actually make the call here and try and find a queen or a 7 on the turn, so he will make the call.
So the turn is a 4 of diamonds.
So it'd be interesting to see if Elliott's going to double barrel into 2 players. I think he's probably going to check this over, just because we're not going to get 10x to fold, and there's definitely 10x out there, both Harry in the big blind and Danny peeling in the cut-off. We'll be peeling like 10-9 suit, 10-jack suited.
Checks all the way down. The river is a 10.
So the ace-8 of Danny
plays
the best hand. And there's 1.1 million in the pot, so this is actually going to be huge for him. The flat pre-flop's actually going to work out very well in this specific scenario. Be interesting to see if Harry's going to come in for a bet here, because Harry's actually the player here with the most 10x in the hand. You expect one to check to him on the turn. If Danny's got a hand like King 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited, Ace 10, he's going to barrel. So Harry is the player here who is perceived to have 10x, so Danny is going to be in a spot here. It's just whether he believes if Harry's story checks out, he'd play a 10x hand the exact same way in the big blind, but Danny with the 2-pair nut kick up, just not going to fold, and makes the call, and he's up to 2.4 million, and Harry now down to just over a mil.
And that's around about 15 bigs, 16 big blinds.
Actually worked out really well for Danny, the flat there pre-flop.
Student Championships Final 2019, the 9 players if you missed them. Danny Petros, Y Champ, Josh Barker in seats 1, 2 and 3. Harry Chapman in 4, Ashley Bishop in 5, Charlie Henderson in 6. Thomas Raisey and Nick Bigham in 7 and 8, both from UWE, and Elliot Franklin was chip leader at the start of the final, but only by a hair's breadth from Harry Chapman.
Yeah, can't blame Harry for going for it there. It's actually a really nice bluff spot. We've got all the 10x, and it's hard for the other two players in the hand to have a 10 there, especially after Danny checks back the turn. He's pretty much the best hand he can have there is probably pocket 9s. Speaking of Danny, we'll be opening here with the King Jack in the hijack.
Danny's saying C1.
And Y's going to get out of the way in the cut-off. Won't be peeling this ad. And Josh going to follow suit on the button. And Ashley in the big blind off of this stack size just gets out of the way with the 8-6.
Give you updates on the Challenge Cup when we get them. They were already on the final table when we started our final table for the main event. And I do believe, I think they were down to about 4 the last time we heard. Trying to give you an update on who's going to take it down. I'm sure there'll be pictures all over social media when they do.
Yeah, there's over 2k up top in that as well, so definitely worth winning. Side event does kick off in just over 10 minutes as well.
Local comp for local players.
Yeah, if you do fancy some poker and you're in the Coventry area, come down and play. I had a dabble in a side last night.
Any good?
No good.
No good.
No good.
Leave it to the students.
Yeah, leave it to the students.
You're too old now. Are you 24?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I know. Me and Dave are going to swap jobs next leg.
Yeah. So Danny increases his average stack to 42 bigs.
It was really a fun event though. It played in good spirit, laughs at the table, like everyone talking, no one sitting there with headphones on. It's really, really enjoyable it was to play. Had a good laugh, chat with the players. Eventually got me last 15 bigs in with 6 deuce, as you do.
Has anybody got any hope? Oh, your backers aren't listening.
It was a good jam. Personally, I thought it would get through. The tightest player at the table limped under the gun, and then there were five limps after him, and then I had 6 deuce of hearts in the big, and I thought this is getting through all the time. I shoved, and the small blind somehow had 10s.
What about the tightest player on the table? Folded. Really?
Yeah. Really good complete in the small. Must have known what I was going to be doing.
Elliot with 6s, just calls.
Yeah.
Under the gun +1.
Would have preferred an open. Like with the 6s here. No, like this, for example, here, if we open, we're just going to take down the pot uncontested. Now the big blind actually gets to realise his equity and potentially spike his overcard here. And on an ace 9, a 3, a flop, goes check, check. And there is the 10 on the turn. So the 6s of Elliot now behind.
Goes check, check again. That one's painted. It's the King of Hearts.
And the 10 deuce of Thomas going to take that one down.
Nine on the final. Who's going to take it down? Danny increases his stack to 2.6 mil from the 1.2 he started the final with. All folding round, under the gun. +1 6s again, this time for White. White Chan from Swansea University.
We saw this a lot from White yesterday. He was limping a lot of hands. Pretty much all his like pairs below 8s he'd limp, and like his Queen 10, Queen Jack off, 10-9 suited, his suited connectors, he's limp as well. And if Harry has information on this, and I know Harry was watching the stream a lot over the last few days, he may actually come in for a raise here, but he's just going to flat.
Cool. Yeah, just going to flat.
Just going to flat, and it's going to actually work out well for Harry because Charlie's found ace queen on the button, and it will. I could even get behind a shove here as Charlie. We've got 20 bigs or 21 bigs. There's been 2 limps. I'm fine with just shoving here as Charlie, but he's going to come in for a raise, which is fine as well. And probably going to get 2 folds, unless Wire was planning on limp jamming the 6s, which I don't think he was.
Yeah, is Queen folded?
No, it's actually Thomas isn't in this hand. You can see seat 7 isn't in the hand.
Oh, right, yeah,
it's actually seat 6 with the ace queen. Seat 6 is Charlie.
Charlie has the ace queen. Thomas is not in the hand.
Repping the University of Exeter. And there's the 2 folds.
Yeah, so the ace queen, so them chips stacks are going to be well wrong now. So C6 Charlie Henderson won the hand with the ace queen and the 3-bet.
But I've really noticed that with White. It seems like he limp folds his limp range every time he then gets raised. He's just folding, and if people are picking up on that, we can really start exploiting that when he limps and bump it up, and we're just going to get it through. Assuming no one wakes up with a hand behind us.
Yeah.
Not going to plan as I thought it would so far. Really thought these first couple of levels we would see a lot of all-ins and potentially some bust-outs or double-ups. As Charlie opens in the cut-off and Thomas with pocket kings on the button, incoming 3-bet you suspect. Really small 3-bet, just over 2x. getting this price, can't actually blame Charlie for peeling here. We're getting such a great price to see a flop. I know we can see we're crushed in this scenario, but against hands like Ace Queen and like 10s, 9s, 8s, if he decides to 3-bet them, which he might against a cut-off open.
6-6 Jack.
Wow.
Oh, Charlie. Now then, how do we play this?
This is trouble.
Charlie's got more chips than the million because he won the last hand,
Yeah,
didn't he?
he did.
And Thomas doesn't have 1.8.
So about a 3-2-5, and we'll see a call. And Thomas doesn't actually have that many chips because the chips from Charlie's stack should have gone to Thomas' stack last hand. So it's actually a good turn for Charlie here. It might save him some chips. We can always get behind a little check here with Thomas. I could really get behind a little check. I'd really like it. And he has checked. That's a really, really good check from Thomas there. He understands that we got less than one SPR effective here, so there's only one bet to get all the chips in, and we can get that bet on the river in position. And because of checking back the turn, we've actually got the deceptive factor as well. And Charlie coming in for a bet here, and we got an easy snap call as Thomas. No real merit in raising. Like, Charlie shouldn't really have too much Queen X here. Yeah, he can have Queen Jack. Queen Jack's probably the only hand, but he will have some potential flush draws. But it just can't fold here. Thomas in there does make the call and going to take a nice pot. That's going to put him big chip leader.
And it's going to be Charlie, the short stack, on the table with 7 bigs. So 9 players on the final out of 8, just shy of 800. £6,060 up top.
Yeah, and the money only really gets serious when we're like 3-handed, well 4 3-handed of the when the money jumps really start to increase. 4th or better will get you a 4-figure payout. A cagey start, no bust outs as of yet.
There's the all-in from Ash with 535,000 in seat 5. Danny will be calling with Jacks. He makes a call. Ash is all in. Seat number 5, Ashley Bishop from Exeter University.
Yeah, and Ashley gonna need to find an ace. Actually got 40% equity here, which is huge for these two hands coming up against each other. A couple of jacks, well, at least one jack must be in the muck. But to have 40% equity here, jacks versus ace-5 off, you just don't see it very often. So an ace needed to stay in the game. Well, we have a wheel draw now, 3, 4, 9. So a deuce or ace needed.
Is it an ace? Is it a deuce? It's a 10. We can only win with an ace or a deuce, or we lose our first player on the final. It's a queen. Shakes the hand of everybody on the table and takes home £290. Ashley Bishop from Exeter University. Well done for getting to the final.
Yeah, Ashley was our short stack, came in sub 10 big blinds, so needed to get his chips in and try and get that early double up, but unfortunately just run into the jacks. But great run from the young man.
So the blinds are up.
Making the FT in this field.
40,000, 80,000, 80,000 big blind. Will change when we get 500. $40.80 with an 80 first hand at this brand new level. Harry 1.2 mil. Gets out of the way. So 38 bigs, 2 stacks, the same, Danny and Thomas.
Yeah, I'd really like to see Danny or Thomas like taking a stand now, and we got 30 bigs, and the rest of the table have around 15 bigs or sub 15 bigs, so we can really start applying pressure and try and get a nice healthy stack, give ourselves the best opportunity of taking this down.
So raised to 150 with pocket 10s for Thomas in seat 7. Nick gets out of the way. He's raised to 160. Round to Danny in seat number 1. Seat 2. Y Chan says I'm all in, and he's got pocket 9s, and it's all about timing.
Yeah, Thomas with 10s, and Y going to be in a world of trouble here, drawing to 2
He's done it before.
Yeah, he has. He early first hand of the day, he got the pocket 5s in against the aces of Thomas, different Thomas,
yeah.
And found a 5 on the flop. Gonna need to do it again. No help there.
There's the 10 on the flop as well. We have running straight cards, and that's it.
Yeah, that is it. We're going to be dead on the turn. A lot of the time here.
Just quads.
Just quads.
If you're going to lose, losing style. Fall in with style. Y Champ out in 8th for £330. Well done, sir.
think it's slightly better, but maybe he will actually. If I jam, I reckon.
So we're on 7. Seat 2 gone, seat 5 gone. Why Chan, University of Swansea, studying sports and exercise science. Gone.
Nicholas finds aces under the gun +2, just shoves for what is 16 big blinds. And not going to get any action with the boots.
What's this? Can I pocket this? I'm not even going to get tempted.
That's without rebuys and add-ons. So side event kicking off.
Yeah, we'll get the number of runners for the side event to be a little lot quieter than it has been over the previous days because a lot of the students have now left. Some are going back to school tomorrow, back to studying.
Plenty going on. Just looking at the G-Cube schedule as well. So many good comps coming out over in the past week.
Yeah.
Got heads up tournament, rebuy and add-on tournaments, deep stack tournaments, PLO tournaments, high rollers.
Do you want some value? Sunday's comp, today's comp started at 4 o'clock, it's 1500 guarantee. There's 10 runners in. 10.
Danny with King Jack makes it 175, and Charlie easy jam here with the Ace King, and Danny's going to have to call getting this price, and Charlie only shoving for what is 6 bigs, so he can have the best hand here as well as Danny, but running to the top end of Charlie's range, unfortunately gonna need to find a jack. Charlie on his way to a double.
So Charlie all in with Ace King, Danny in seat number 1. Who was chip leader with 2.9 mil.
King Jack gone in the muck as well, so in really good shape here, Charlie.
So all in and a call. Charlie's all in with Ace King. Good chance of doubling up. 3 outs. Mainly.
Yeah, needs to fade a jack.
Yeah. So the chip leader is Danny. Yes, 30%. Charlie, 70% chance of winning the hand door, but not anymore.
Jack on the flop.
Not anymore. He now needs to find an ace from space.
Yeah, only an ace as well. It's a 9. It's just an ace. Otherwise, we're going to lose another one just like that. And it's a deuce.
A deuce.
So Charlie Henderson from the University of Exeter heading to the rail. Very unlucky there. Couldn't fade the 3 outer.
Unlucky Charlie.
And blinds are now up as well, 40k, 80k. So stack's getting even shallower.
Wow. Unlucky Charlie.
Yeah, unlucky Charlie.
From Exeter University, came to the featured final table with 1.4 million, but has been eliminated.
Yeah, Exeter had 2 from their university on the final table, both busted now, Ashley and Charlie.
We're on 6. So I'm guessing with Josh's late run, and we're down to 7. Are we on 7 or are we on 6? We're on 6. That this UClan run might have just swung it for him.
Yeah, but Edinburgh.
We'll try and find out the updated. There's a screen on the wall.
Yeah, I know. Well, I will have a chat with Tom or Kit, see how the point system works, and
yeah.
Imagine Edinburgh coming second 3 years on the trot in the team event.
Yeah. We know UClan are in front. Edinburgh are second, can't win it because they've got nobody left. Bournemouth are in third, they can't win it. It is between Exeter, UWE and UClan. That's who it's between. Now we know Edinburgh can win it because Tommy Lee is still in the Challenge Cup.
Is he really?
Yes.
Okay. So.
That's heads up apparently, but he doesn't know if he's in or not. Okay. We think if you win the Challenge Cup, we might take Edinburgh to the front. We'll keep updated with all that.
But then again, Josh could come and win this, so it'll be interesting. When we see the online guys, maybe we can get some information on the leaderboard and how the point system works and what's needed to finish where.
Tango fam, good afternoon in the chat box.
Afternoon, Tango fam.
We love commentating on these events because everybody claps and cheers and whoops and joys and drinks and be merry.
And we get people bring us goodies as well.
We do. We do. We do. We had a load of pies.
Oh, don't even go there. Look at him laughing. do you want to tell everyone what you done to me, Tower?
Good old one-eyed Pete. Well, you know the students struggled to feed themselves. There was 5 pies left, and we had to make sure that they were watered and fed.
So you gave away mine.
So I ate mine and gave the rest away.
Yeah, he ate his and gave the rest to the students.
That's what happens.
Didn't even get one.
That's what happens.
What I think actually happened, he said he gave the rest to the students, but you just had them all for yourself.
Oh yeah.
Check his bag.
Yeah. Check your bag.
Who's leading the series at the
man
moment? Is it an updated pot? Who's winning?
So UClan.
UClan are winning.
UClan are winning.
Who can win it?
I think it's almost locked in. They're massive fans. I think it's pretty much locked in for UClan. Edinburgh had Tommy Lee in the side event.
Yeah.
He ended up busting out reasonably quick on the
right.
on the final table of that. So that sort of stops their challenge.
Bournemouth can't win it.
UWE, I'm not sure. Have they still got a couple of guys on the main event?
UWE have got
Nicholas is still in for UWE.
Yeah, 7 and 8, seat 7 and seat 8.
And they're both as well. Yeah, both.
So they're if they can get a 1-2, maybe 1-3, there's a chance, I think.
Okay.
But there's a guy from UKSPC still in as well in the main
There
event.
is,
So
yeah,
Josh is still in.
Mickey Pearce.
Mickey Pitts, yeah.
Oh, I will do.
I'll join you guys for half an hour in a bit. I'm just
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good man. Tom Hudson. From online. So we're on 6. They've now locked up £600. That's food for a month
20
and
extra
beer
wine.
for 3 days.
More than 3 days the prices that the students get to buy alcohol for.
Yeah,
In
they
suspect.
got off-skis this week, off-price beer. We bought a beer and they won't let us have it at half price. What's all that about? You're not a student, so. No, I know I'm not, but you don't want to sort me out? No. Oh, thanks for that.
So Thomas opening the Queen 10 suited here. Danny in the small blind with ace 3 off. Shouldn't be calling. If we want to play this hand, we've got to put in a 3-bet. But just get behind folding there as he does. And Josh with the same hand in the big. Heads up pot, he may flick in one big blind and see a flop with ace 3, but the playability of the hand not the best out of position, and ace 3 bad reverse implied odds like the times it comes ace high, especially with our stack size as well. We're going to have to stack off, and sometimes we're just going to be out kicked against the pre-flop aggressor.
King 8-8 is that flop.
So this is going to be Thomas's pot. It's a great board for us to continue on here. Very hard for our opponent to catch a piece on a paired board. The only draw out there is a flush draw. And Tom, quick double check back at his whole card, sees that he has the ace of spades, but lets it go as expected, and nice pick up from Thomas.
6 players left, locked up £600. 11 bigs for Josh. Nick has got 12 bigs, battling for the title and the trophy, and £6,060.
Fold around in turn to Elliot in the cut-off. Should be coming in for an open here. We've just got sub 20 bigs. Fine to come in for a raise. He's just limped here, Elliot. Just limped in for 80k. Always saying much prefer an open. We want to give ourselves a chance to take the pot down uncontested. Don't want a big blind to check a garbage hand and be able to realise their equity on the flop. Like here, for example, Harry has checked.
It's not like it's your first final table, Harry. It's not like it's your first final table. Yeah, what's your point? I mean, use the holding triangle.
So just showed you our G Coupe schedule that's coming up there. Plenty of events, plenty of diversity. So different events to play. Make sure if you can play it, you get involved online.
Have a guess. I'm all in. All the chips.
Harry's all in here with the ace jack, blind on blind, gets it through.
Twice.
We're down to 6 players, and Danny finds aces in the hijack. The old boots.
What do we do with aces? How big do we make it?
Just need to make
170.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Absolutely perfect. Josh is not playing the student union hand, the old 5-3. And neither is Harry.
That's around to the blinds. Thomas definitely getting out of the way, and Nicholas not going to defend the 6-4. We've seen aces get no action 3 times on this final table.
Stepas in the chat box says UWE can't win if there's a UClan player remaining. If he gets least points and they finish first and second, they still can't win. So it looks like unless there's somebody from UWE in the last 2 people of the Challenge Cup.
That is a very good point, Tower.
I don't know how many points you can get for the Challenge Cup, but if there's a UWE in the Challenge Cup heads-up battle, then that's the only way I'm guessing they would be able to overtake them.
We'll have to find out from Tom. When Tom comes in here, he'll be joining us in about half hour.
He will.
Any questions regarding that, can fire in. Any questions regarding the online client as well, G-Coupe, he'll have all the answers. Ace-8 suited for Thomas on the button. Should be coming in for an open. And does. Makes it 185k. We've got an easy fold here as Nicholas. Not going to pill sub 10 bigs, the 9-5 in the small, and the big blind gets out of the way as well. So Tom takes that one down.
So, Tom will need to tell us if anybody from UWE is in the Challenge Cup heads-up battle. If that's the only way that they can't win the amazing table that Cardroom Direct have supplied for the winners of the team event. It is fantastic.
How do they get back to the university?
Bus.
They walk like all with it above their head.
Absolutely, like
together.
the Antil mob.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the Antil mob walking up the motorway. They'll have somewhere to eat the KFC on. It is a fabulous prize.
We've got Ace Jack for Harry in the hijack. Little min click makes it 160. And we got action here because Danny in the big blind with pocket 10s should just be shoving here. And I'd be very surprised if we see anything else other than a shove. Effective stack here is Harry, and Harry's effective stack is around 17 big. So after an open, a call, we've got an easy jam here with the 10s. Just see if he does take the spot or not. Especially with Elliot peeling in the small as well, there's so much dead money. Like, Elliot's just going to rip off of 16 big blinds if he's got a nutted hand, so we don't really need to worry about him. And Harry, good player, doesn't necessarily need a hand to open. So I'd really like to see Danny take this spot and just move all in here with the 10s. Got to think about effective stack size. Yeah, this guy knows what he's doing. He just moves all in. Very well played. And this is what it does as well. Harry here now in a really tough spot with ace-jack. We can actually get hands like this to fold that are going to have good equity against our hand. So there's the 3-bet to 1.7 million, but that has both players covered. So it's all into call for Harry here with the ace-jack. It's just down to whether he wants to put his tournament life on the line or whether he wants to wait for a better spot, and he lets it go, and so does the small. Very well played, Danny, in seat 1. I think this is the... Have we seen Danny on the feature table throughout the weekend? I can't...
Danny Petros?
Yeah, I can't recall seeing him on the featured.
I'm not so sure. We've mentioned the name quite a few times.
Yeah, he's well, he started the final table very well. Seems to know his stuff. Playing well, and as the chip lead as well. Lots of good things happening as we are down to 6 players. Everyone has locked up £600. There is a £355 pay jump from 6th to 5th. There's Thomas here, A7 suited, we're one of the chip leaders, should be opening.
Thomas was Tower's pick, that's all I'm telling you. Thomas Razy from UWE.
My pick's still in, alright?
Yeah.
Makes it 180.
Oh, did we get to the final table yesterday?
Ah, you're right, Tower.
Oh,
I left it here, I thought.
Did you get to the final table yesterday? Did we?
There you go. Everyone hear this? That's real money.
Shrapnel.
Real money.
Unbelievable.
Well done, sir.
Thank you.
Spend it wisely.
15 we got down to yesterday, which was a great effort from the 117 that we started with. What level did you say it would be the final?
What, today?
No, yesterday. Did you say level 10 or something?
Last level of the day.
Oh, last level of the day?
Last level of the day.
All right.
But way off with my prediction.
Yeah, 15 left. Good effort to get to 15, to be fair.
I just looked at it in terms of how many bigs were going to be left in play at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And obviously we saw at the start of the day we had so many short stacks. Half the field was sub 15 big blinds, so did have an influx of bust outs early on. We've got
pictures of ding ding.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Gary.
That's a great shout, actually. We should have. I don't know. I actually don't know where the ding ding is. We'll have to try and find it for the Goliath. Mickey Pearce is all in.
Blind on blind, shoving. Unaware of the holdings at the moment. Harry Folsom, Jack 5 for Josh. Shoves.
Jams a jack, small blind.
Yeah, for 9 bigs. It's fine, blind on blind. Especially with Harry's stack as well. If he calls off and loses, he's going to be left on fumes. But it's great to see. Like we do 1Ks, we do 2Ks, and we don't ever get a row like this. It's really great to see everyone behind supporting their friends from their university and really cheering them on. Really good feel about this place today.
In 30 minutes' time, this place will be absolutely jam-packed to the rafters as Coventry City are playing upstairs and they're winning.
The thing I don't understand, how do we not hear 20,000 people cheering? We don't hear it.
No, and we're directly underneath the football pitch. And yet we don't hear it.
At the old White Hart Lane, if you used to leave in the 89th minute stadium, it's different now in the new stadium because it's like a holdout. We'll come back to that in a second because Elliot with 10s here, and Harry with pocket jacks.
It's all going in.
Yes, it is, Tower. There is no situation where I can't see this going. However, Elliot here has actually opened to just under 4x. He's actually made it 300k. This is a very strange sizing from him. With like does Harry just flat? Harry has just flatted. I think he's
seat 7's not in the hand.
Yeah, if we saw Elliot open a normal size, we would have seen Harry jam. But Harry's
queen eye flop.
Very wary of this big size, and there's a check and an all in. And now Elliot in the spot.
Now then Elliot
with the 10s, and just snap folds. But
one overcard on the board. Never thought about it. Boom. Get me out of here.
But anyway, getting back to like the new stadium now, it's like a day out. Like they keep the bar open at the stadium 2 hours after the game finishes,
right, okay.
So everyone can wait till the game finishes and go and have a beer and then venture home. But the old White Hart Lane, if you're a Spurs fan and been there, you'll know. Get driving,
it's the same building,
getting out there. Yeah, I know. But what I'm saying now, you can stay. Like you stay at the stadium at the end, have a beer. Don't have to worry about rushing out. Queues for the trains, and if you're driving, you don't even want to know what that's like.
What's the average crowd so far in the new stadium?
I don't think I can even tell you. It's always this. The only game was the Huddersfield game when weren't like near full capacity. But it looks amazing. It does look amazing. Incredible bit of architecture.
The UKSPC. Josh gets out of the way in seat 3. Harry gets out of the way as well, and small blind raise. Under the gun, C1. Have UKSPC won the team event for a second year in a row? UKSPC are massive favourites to win it. If they won it last year, then yes, it will be 2 years in a row. It's not 100% confirmed yet for the team event.
Yeah, we'll have Tom in soon with us, and hopefully he'll be able to let us know how the points and everything works for that leaderboard and what's needed for what team to finish where, etc. King 10 suited for Thomas in the cut-off, should be opening. And does.
Roughly like 180. 185. Holding round in turn. Big blind. Gets out of the way, so to the small blind who had King 9. Six players left, £600 locked up. The Challenge Cup is still going on. Give you the results of that when we get it, and give you the confirmation of the team challenge as well. Six players remain. Danny Petros in seat number 1, who's got the 10s, and Elliot, who has King Jack, has the overs. So we're flipping. Elliot, who was chip leader coming into the final, is now all in for 600,000. So we're going to see the flop. Nine, Queen, 5. The 10 on the board on the right hand side is actually the burn card, because the burn card has hit the box. The burn card hit the box, which meant it registered. So we know that there is no 10 on the flop. Elliot finishing in 6th place for £600. Well done, Elliot.
Oh, they're too close. Too close to the board, yeah. Yeah.
Well done, Elliot. Finishing in 6th place for £600. It's a small blind ante 5-handed. So we lose Elliot. King Jack against 10s, and the 10s win.
Make it end. Just want to get out.
The 5 remain.
5 remain. Small blind ante. And Elliot Franklin from Queen Mary College, Queen Mary University, finishing in 6th place. So 50, 100. Here comes the man with all the answers
I hope so.
for the entire universe.
Yeah.
We'll just squeeze up and I'll move along.
For the university.
Absolutely.
Yeah, there we go. Sepas actually asked a question. We weren't too sure. He said UWE can't win if there's a UCAN player remaining.
Yeah, that's correct. It's actually locked up now. UCAN
Right.
have locked it up. So,
Okay.
it's their table. Well done to them. Always bring a great society along. So they've got back-to-back team championship wins.
Well done, UCLan.
Got an update on the Challenge Cup as well, which has just finished.
Yeah.
So the two gentlemen chopped it up, 2 grand each. Played for the
Beautiful.
trophy. Gentleman Alex Howell won the trophy from the University of Surrey.
Didn't Alex make day 2? Day 3 of
Alex Howell,
That rings
yeah.
a bell.
He final tabled the
Six-West.
Team Grosvenor. The Team
okay.
Grosvenor event, and he also final tabled the Bounty. So he's had a good week, Alex.
Right.
From the University of Surrey, so graduate from there. Yeah, well done to him.
Well, we got an all in here. Danny opening the 10-9 suited in the cut-off, and once Josh jams for what is 7 big blinds, I'm going to have to call off, fine with our stack size, and does. Going to see he's actually in a dominated spot though, not going to like the moves. And Josh on his way to another double.
Flop time. Josh is all in. There'll be a big cheer if he survives.
That's a great flop for him. 6, 3, a 5, just fading a 9.
You just don't want to see one diamond there at all, do you? Just like nothing. Happy days.
That'll do.
Yeah, it's a good turn. So
Needs fading 9, it'll be a huge cheer.
it's a jack.
There was a huge cheer.
I think Josh has got the biggest rail out of the lot. He's got plenty of support there.
Yes.
Yeah, Josh is the UCLan gentleman. They say they got a big society, always come support this event. Good bunch.
Yeah, Jeff was telling us some universities don't have poker societies. They're not allowed.
Yeah, not every university has a society.
Yeah.
Some of them have their own little thing they set up themselves. But yeah, I think there's a couple of universities which have
Like Bandit, like say which is
just a no to gambling thing. But I think it's a funny one with student poker. It's quite harsh, I think, for poker because a lot of us know poker's actually quite good for people. It's bankroll management, understanding.
It's really good in life learning tools as well.
You can apply it to life. But yeah, it's one of these things we have to face, and we support the unis. We support the unis with their decisions on that, and we'll still do our best to run events for up-and-coming poker players. Yeah. What we've got to keep doing.
So Josh, after just getting his double up, Jack 10 suited, he's all in for, which I believe 16 bigs. The blinds are now up. They're 50k, 100k, so this is 16 big blinds. This is fine. Jack 10 suited and gets it through. Well played, sir. Now he's right back in with a shout. That jam's going to probably take him near.
Even gets a round of applause for jamming all in and no callers. Mickey Pearce in C3, looking good. All right, Del Boy. Watch ya. Used to play in the Vic.
Mickey Pearce?
Yeah, they did. Played for years.
Got plenty on tonight as well, haven't we, Tom? Last Vegas satellite, I believe.
Yeah, correct.
Road to Vegas, and then we've got 3 G-Coupe events as well.
Yep, so the free package is guaranteed. 3 3K packages guaranteed, so...
Can you do your Vegas package next year for when we're not working? Just asking for a friend.
For Jay, we could plan it. We could plan it around you guys. Actually, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see, mate. Maybe we can
asking for
give you a few more opportunities next year. But
can you wait? Can you wait till the schedule comes out in November and then plan it around that for us, please? We'd love to try and qualify, wouldn't we, Jay?
We have 6 weeks. 6 weeks of satellites every Sunday for 6 weeks.
We're off to the Vegas of Britain while you're playing the Big 50.
True.
We're in Luton.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
You thought I meant Skegness, didn't you?
I did. Yeah, so we're to Vegas tonight. Last chance for qualifiers. Taking a team of 20 now there. It's a great trip every year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the picture on the steps walking up to the Rio.
Yeah, we always get the team picture.
So it might be the last one ever.
Yes, yeah. They're
Yes.
moving it. Moving
Not
it
just
across,
moving it, they're on about bulldozing it.
Really?
Yes.
The Rio?
Yeah.
Well, the Convention Conference Centre, you mean? The
Yeah.
Convention Centre.
The lot. They're on about flattening the lot.
Okay, I didn't know that.
But yeah, if you get any word on the inside, it could be the last ever World Series of poker at the Rio.
Well, it's a team of 20 this year, at least it'll be a team of 22 next year, right, Tower?
But yeah, moving on to G-Coupe quickly, because obviously it's our kick-off tonight.
Yeah.
We're always super excited about G-Coupe.
Gareth Wellcrest says, what dates are the Vegas trip?
It's the 31st of May to the 7th of June.
A week. So 31st of May until the 7th of June, the last qualifier tonight. Get yourself in with a chance of going to Vegas. I'll see you in the Bright Light City. Well.
Yeah, 4 events tonight in G-Coupe. Have a look at the schedule and go to poker.com. Some varying buys. We've got an £11 freeze out. We've got a £30 freeze out.
£100,000 guaranteed over the week.
Satellites are starting for the high rollers and the super high rollers as well. So we've got a super high roller next Sunday, which we do, which is the 530 buy-in with a 15k guarantee. The satellites start tonight for that. All the satellites in the lobby.
I had a mare in that event last year. First hand I busted.
And what event?
The super high roller last year, G-Coupe. Very first hand.
Any backers about? What happened?
Top 2 versus bottom set.
Oh.
Yeah, one of them. But
Set up.
Why didn't you get there?
I think it was David G had busted me as well, actually, at the time. He was the passport winner. I thought, yeah, this is a setup.
Haven't seen David for a while.
No, neither have I.
Quality player.
See, we saw a lot of him last year because he did have the passport, but haven't seen him since London, actually, this year.
And he picked up the 6-4 suited on the button. Who you guys got? Who you guys picking for this then? Final 4. What are you?
My pick at the start of the day was Harry. I'm probably going to stick with that.
Okay.
And my pick was Thomas in seat 7.
Speaking of Harry, he's got A6 here, blind on blind.
In they go, Mickey Pearce is all in.
Yeah, effective stack 13 bigs here. So I think Harry's going to flick this in.
If you don't know who Mickey Pearce is, by the way, because you're under 30, then Google Mickey Pearce, Only Fools and Horses.
And the thing is, about half hour ago, Josh actually jammed Jack 5 for a similar stack, blind on blind. And if Harry's actually had that information fed through to him, this will become more of a clear-cut call for him. And he's in the tank. He says call.
He says call.
And this is basically fake coin flip, this really. It's C equities.
Fake coin flip.
Yeah, very close. Well, it's not a pair versus 2 overs, but it's near enough a coin flip here. So a king or a 9 needed for Josh to bust Harry. Harry with the best hand just needs to hold, but this is going to be a huge pot for one of them. It's a big flip.
I shall take my headphones out if we hit a king or a 9.
Oh yeah, we don't have to watch the action. We will know what happens. We'll just listen. There's cheering going on.
Oh, we've now got Ant on the deck, on the decks. Here he comes. Or is that Ant on deck? No, is it? No, it's not turned on. Well, there's a fist bump and a shout and a scream.
It must be. It's coming king high, so Harry, now the player at risk, needs to find an ace or he's out the door. 9 on the turn.
Marquee 9.
That's it.
That's it.
That is it. Dead.
We are drawing dead on the river. Harry Chapman.
Done it again.
Finishing.
I just said
5th.
Harry's my pick, and that Andy busts.
Harry 5th.
Good luck, Harry.
Unlucky, Harry. Good run.
For £955.
Yeah.
We are now into chunks.
Yeah, business end.
We're now £1,505 locked up, and with that, that means that UClan have locked it up, and UClan cannot lose the team event. I'll be getting an invite from UClan to come down and play on their brand new table once it's installed, once the lads have walked up the M6 with it. Give us a shout when you want me to come and sign it for you, and I'll be there. Just don't make it next Wednesday because I'm not here. I'm away next week.
Yeah.
I don't know if you heard.
No, I haven't heard.
Have you not? Well, me and Tom next week will be commentating on the
it's both for you, ain't it? Either
on
side
the
of it.
MPN.
Yeah.
The MPN in Prague next week. The Tower and Tom. Tom will be there doing a lot of commercialism for Grosvenor, but I'm sure he'll nip into the commentary booth as well.
Yeah, I'll come and see you.
But Tom will be in Prague, so will I.
We've got 14 qualified just for Prague, so 14 UK Grosvenor poker players.
They'll all have patch up.
Yeah, they'll be patched up.
They'll all be patched up.
If you win a package on grosvenorpoker.com, you represent the team out there.
Any notables that we know, like any names that might know who's going out there?
Yes, I think John Bousfield's coming.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Bousey?
Yeah,
Is he?
Bousey
Awesome.
is, yeah.
That won't be a party then.
Yeah,
Good old Bousey.
I can't think of them off the top of my head, but yeah, there's a good team, good squadron.
Stepas is on his way to the Student Championships next year. We've got 2 UWE members in the final 4 and they still can't win it, which means the rest of them are rubbish. Let them down. Is there a cap on how many players can actually play for the team event?
No, you should get as many players as possible. You want in it, but it's only your top 8 point scores which count towards the leaderboard.
Yeah.
So, for instance, Bournemouth have got 10 actually, but we can only count 8 of them, and they haven't got enough with the big ones. But
so we see, we got action here, and it's the 2 big stacks. This is interesting here. Thomas flopping an up and down, straight and flush draw. Danny with a top pair here, and with 4-handed as well. So, wow, this could get interesting. Thomas here in the big blind. We've got 2 options. We've got the flat option, we've got the raise option. It just depends what he thinks. It depends. I'm fine with flatting here, out of position. Just because with the 2 chip leads at the table, there's a couple of shorties. Now the pay jumps in terms of buy-ins are actually quite big, but he is putting in a raise. But he's nearly clicked this back. Like, I think if we're raising here, we've got to make it bigger. Really start targeting the 1 pair hands, because they should be calling once, especially 4-handed, and then we can really apply pressure on the turn, and we can set up a pot size shove on the turn, and really apply a lot of pressure to
turn the screw of a monster
yeah,
draw.
exactly. And even if we do get called, we're still going to have around 35% equity. But and it's going to be hard to call off with 1 pair. Wow, this is interesting. But I think Thomas may check now, because this is a bad card to double barrel on, really. Hands like Queen Jack are going to be peeling and aren't folding now.
his straight situation has got a bit worse, isn't it?
Yeah,
He's very dummy end. There could be some bigger straights out.
Looks like he's coming in for it though.
Well, whoever wins the hand is going to be chip leader by a comfortable margin.
Yeah, and it's horrible when we get shoved on here as well as Thomas.
If you're Danny though, you're still concerned. You've got
Yeah,
top
of course,
2, but
yeah.
you're still like there is sets.
Yeah, like that, but we do go ahead of some of his value now. Like 10-9 defending in the big, we're now ahead of. set of threes is about the only real hand he can have. 9s and 10s, four-handed, he should be 3-betting. So his value range is actually so thin here. It's like 10-9 and set of threes, and that's about it. And then he's got plenty of bluffs, clubs, 9x of clubs, Queen Jack, which I don't think would be barreling turn.
What a brick. The 3 of spades. Danny gets the check mark.
Now, is Thomas going to go for it? It's not going to work because we're just way too high up our range, especially four-handed as Danny. We're not going to be able to fold if he's got... And this is actually a really, really good river for us, this 3, because the main hand he's representing here is bottom set, and now there's only one combo of that. And I just can't see him flatting 10s and 9s pre-flop. Like, we should have
a big bet as well. That's nearly a million, isn't it?
Like
775 is a bit.
Like, we've only got quads here for value. Personally, 10-9. Obviously, we're not going to be taking this line. We'll probably. I can't really come up with another value hand other than quads that we can have here, unless he's raised ace-10.
But it's also a situation for Danny where he knows they're the final four and they're the chip leaders, and why would he be bluffing in the spot, right? So he's like, why would this guy be betting into me with a bluff here when there's no need for it?
The only other hand, actually, we can have aces and kings here actually as well. Like, people will flat short-handed just because a lot of the time our 3-bet's going to get through, going to be opening very wide. Like, some people will mix in a flat pre-flop with aces and kings, and they would take this line as well, and may raise the flop and then go bet.
When someone clicks back to you when someone clicks it back on the flop, though, it screams horror, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
So that's why he's going into the tank here. And you've ruled out 9s there, which I think some people would flat 9s from big, especially with the stacks they've got in there.
Even if we give him 9s and 10s, let's say
he makes the call.
Oh, very good.
He makes the call on the river.
Very good call.
And Danny now with half the chips in play. Well, that is a huge pot. Biggest pot of the tournament so far goes to Danny.
That is a monster.
That is a monster.
6.4 million, exactly half the chips in play with 4 players left.
Yeah, and Thomas has actually got pretty unlucky there because that line's going to work if the queen don't roll off on the turn. Like, going bet, check raise, bet. Like, I don't think Danny would be calling off with one pair, but it's just near the top of his range there with Queen 10. Obviously he's got aces and kings as well, being the pre-flop opener. But nice pot to watch. And credit for Thomas for going for it as well on the river there. Really trying to take a stand at this FT.
Four players left, main event, final. So raise a 210 from Josh in C3. Back round to Nick Bigham from the UWE in seat number 8. Did you not look like Patrick who won the £5,000 package?
Do you know what? Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. He looks a bit like Alex from Love Island as well.
Nobody does. Even I know that now. Even I know that.
That was funny, that was the other night. Not that I know what that show is or have ever watched it.
Yeah, okay. Right.
Friend told me about it.
That was just a little bit too late to recover then.
I got a text from a friend saying he looks like this guy from this show, and that was it.
You know. So, man.
Yeah, you too, Rob.
Thanks for action tracking. Anytime, you hear that, Dave? So Danny, 64 bigs with the blinds at 100,000 and half the chips in play.
Must be on a break soon as well, actually.
Yeah, it will be at the end of this level. I don't think we'll be crowning a champion this session.
I don't think we will next session either. I think it will be the third session of the final table when it will end.
We're looking around about 8:15.
I'll have the unders.
You having the unders?
Yeah. Friendly pound?
I've only just put it in my pocket. I've only just put it in my pocket.
Our action tracker lost out on some money last night. Offered him a last longer in the side event. Did he didn't take it.
They didn't take it.
Didn't take it.
Really? You could have paid him out in the money I would have won you this week if you didn't listen to Tal.
Here we go again. Pardon? Yeah, I'm.
Four players left. Student Championships. Next week, 2 deep stacks and 2 25-25s. All information on gukpt.com. But if you want to know where they are, Stockton and Birmingham for the deep stacks. And then the 25-25s are in Didsbury and London. If you're around those areas, we've
also got G-Coop coming up tonight as well. We've actually got the full schedule for you here.
There it is, 100k guaranteed tournament series, the G-Coop, and it's also the last chance to get to Vegas as well. Plenty online tonight to play. So much to play for online. Tonight is a big day. 28th of April, which is today, till the 5th. First event. I don't think they're going to get 200 runners, you know, for the first event.
Well, yeah, 6k guarantee.
Starting in an hour's time. I really don't think we'll get 200 runners. I hope they do. For the guys, I really hope they do. But there's plenty of buy-ins there. The super high roller, £530 buy-in, 15k guarantee. There is plenty going on G-Coop tonight, starting tonight, all the way through until next Sunday.
And Danny with the chips and with the hands as well, finds ace queen after finding ace 10 the hand before, and once again they're going to come in for a raise. And this is actually really good for us on the button. Like we're going to be opening like 80-90% of our range here on the button with this many chips four-handed, and we can actually induce some light 3-bets or light 3-bet shoves out of the blinds. And then with ace queen we can just easily snap their arm off. Josh here, for example, with ace 7 in the small, tough spot for him. He'll be aware that Danny's going to be opening a lot of hands, but that's a good discipline laid down. And king 4 for Tom in the big blind, not going to defend, just gets out of the way. That's fair enough. 15 bigs, wants to preserve them chips, but it is fine even off of a 15 big blind stack to flicking and defending the big. A see a flop, we just invest in one big more, see a flop and evaluate from there.
Kev Jackson says 2 hours late ready in the first G-Coop event. Yeah, it still needs 200 runners. It's a fees out.
Six-5 suited for Danny under the gun. Probably going to come in for an open again. Especially with the pay jumps now, in terms of what the buy-in was, the pay jumps are actually very large. So this is what we want to be doing as Danny. We want to try and give ourselves the best opportunity to take that 6k at the top of it down. And want to just keep applying pressure, opening a lot of hands. Picking up blinds and antes is huge at this point because of how much is in the middle. And Thomas here with King Jack, nice reshove hand, Yeah, like it a lot. There's a triangle. It's good from Thomas. And Danny just going to get out of the way. Knows that Danny going to be opening a lot of hands. We can shove the King Jack. He's going to ask for a counter here, actually. But not going to be calling. Can't call off 15 bigs with 6 high. Fine to open, but once we get raised, I'm just going to let this one go. If we do make the call, we're just essentially punting to try and get there against our opponent. I know both Josh and Nick will be screaming for him to call and potentially bust another player, because then they're going to get a nice healthy pay jump, but I just can't see Danny investing 1.2 mil, another million of his stack, and he's going to let it go. And well played, Thomas. It's a good shove from him. Important
Yes,
to
another round of applause as well.
take them reshove spots, especially when it's the big stack opening. Like, Danny knows he should be opening a lot of hands, and it just means we can shove wider, just because we're going to have heaps of fold equity. It's just going to get through so often, and the times we are called, we can always get there. If we're behind, we can always get there. As I always say, equity is running so close pre-flop. If there's ever a time to get caught bluffing, it's pre-flop.
Kevin Jackson's playing events 1 and 2 of the G Coupe. Good luck everybody who's playing it. Start firing up the engines. 6 o'clock start.
Ace Queen for Josh under the gun, playing 26 big blinds, should be coming in for an open, making it around 200k, you suspect. Shouldn't be nothing too larger than that at this stage of the tournament.
Josh has raised it up. Wants to raise it to 250. Thomas gets out of the way. Nick gets out of the way. And C1, the old King Deuce, gets out of the way as well. Oops. Can't connect.
It's happened at the time we were on break in 2 minutes, I think.
Sixes for Danny. Looks like a break after this hand as well, I think Yanis has just said. Danny Livens has won himself a Vegas package this year. Congratulations, young man. You will be with the guys celebrating in Las Vegas. We're celebrating because we're on a 15-minute break. We'll see you back at 5:25.
Back there on this camera. Yeah, I think it's chipping up.
Yeah, you're wrong. $1.63. 1,630,000. Two, four, 6515. 6615. Okay, one down. 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 1, 6, 2, 6, 3, 6, 4, 6, 5, 1, 5. I will do card up on this. That's easy. 1, 2, 2, 5, 2, 6, 15. How many now? 4. I have $250,000, but I'm not bringing them out. Why do you need them?
No, you don't want 400 million. And then with the 100k,
well, I might want it later now.
Did you put that bet on the one?
Yeah, I did.
Happened like 5 minutes after I got off the plane.
It's alright.
Yep. Are you going out tonight?
No, I'm not going out.
Trying to get it going, and Thomas, Michael.
I'm not going out tonight because I'm driving back to Brighton tomorrow morning.
That's the big part of the project.
Yeah. It won't be for me though. It'll be part of
what about for the other drivers down the motorway? It could be fun for them, they'll get to play time.
6. Let's get these chips next short into.
Do what they did in the Bond movies, just puncture your tyres, yeah, and drive on the train tracks and just go straight down. You don't need to bite.
You're going to pay like 150 quid for each of my tyres.
Nah, you'll be fine. Just leave them on the track and then you can come up and down the country as you please.
Yeah. And another 600. No. Done.
Hang on, Yana. So I've got it there. I thought you messed that one up. I told them I'm making a massive meal out of the guarantee in the body. Like some guy was saying, I paid like £7 reg fee for this, and we had a guarantee. Like I'm going to get a lawyer on the phone and try and get it down there. Like how much money do you intend to lose? The 1,500 guarantee, the lawyer's going to cost more than that. So fucking stupid. A guy kicked off with me because he walked away from the table to get a drink during a hang and knocked his hand and quickly checked the big white invested. It's a guy that was hanging, refusing to take his turn. Then he took his turn. As he took his turn, he walked away from the table to come back and avoid the top. So walked away from the table like.
Four players, we need to get this down to...
I want to move them along so they have steps, like...
I don't. Come on, Chelsea.
Man, you 1-0 up already. We need to get Demba Ba back. That's what they need. Huh? Need Demba Ba back. call-ups.
No more breaks. You can ask the woman now.
No more breaks.
Yeah. So, 600 testing is that covered?
I win. Barker, there's nothing left in the prize pool apparently. Yeah.
It's 4 seconds of the break, but she not on here, so. 2 or more players has to be. At 61.26, see when we got back over. I'm at 600k with technical sack. We've got 6 black chips. We've chipped at 2 million at the start, 5 million, 1.5, and that's 5 million, 2 million, and that is staff black.
As you can see, the players are coming back. We are four-handed. Who have we got, Jay?
Left in the field, we have Danny Petros in 1, Josh Barker in 3, Thomas Raisley in 7, and Nick Bigham in C8. These are the 4 players left in the main event. Getting through a huge field. And we're at the business end of the tournament as well, money-wise. Everyone locked up over £1,500 now. 6k going to the eventual winner.
Will it be ended this session? 2 hours. Do you think so? Is it a yay? Is it a nay? What do you think?
I think we'll be heads up by the end of this session. Whether the tournament comes to a close, I'm not sure. It depends how the heads up goes and depends what stack sizes are. But now the blinds are 60k. 120k. That means that we've only actually got 100 big blinds in play. So the average stack's only 25 bigs, and you can see Danny with a chunk of chips in front of him. Got a big proportion of the chips in play, over half the chips in play actually for Danny. Who's played very well. I can't remember him being on the featured throughout the week, but from what we've seen on this final table, he seems to know his stuff. Been taking some nice spots. University of Northampton, studying business entrepreneurship. It's his first ever day 3.
Playing well.
Yeah, he really is. He's had the big stack and he's done exactly how he's played the big stack exactly how you should play the big stack on the final table, and he's been rewarded for it as well. Definitely favourite to take this down now. Looking for his biggest ever live cash as well, 1800. Danny is his biggest cash. Be very surprised if he doesn't surpass that today.
First all in of this session, and it's our friend from the U-Clan, Josh Barker. We're really hoping Josh doesn't get eliminated. Because not only gets eliminated, the rail gets eliminated as well.
Yeah, exactly that. We need Josh to stay in to keep the rail there. That's very true. They're all there supporting Josh, the U-Clan clan.
Yeah. Hats off to him.
Yeah, hats off. Didn't get the memo about the sombrero, but
no.
Yeah, Gregory, the dealers and it's great for these guys as well, because you've got some of the best dealers dealing in this £30 comp for you. These guys deal all over the world, EPTs, the lot. They are really good at their job, best in the business, and it's really nice to get that experience for you guys. As we see Nicholas move all in. Blind on blind, this is fine. We've got 8 big blinds. We're just shoving the 8-7, and Danny going to get out the way. Yeah, never.
The old 6-3.
What I'd like to see now is Danny really applying pressure to Josh, because Josh can just wait around with 2 stacks sub 15 bigs and get potentially another 2.5k in his pocket. So what Danny can actually do, he can really start applying pressure to Josh and putting him in some tough spots, because he should be folding more, should be playing a bit tighter because of the pay jumps. So 8-6 suited for Thomas. Blind on blind here. This is what I mean. If I'm Danny here, I'm just shoving with the King 4 suited, just because Josh just can't call off. Like, he has to call off so tight. He needs a very particular range of hands to be able to make a call here. Like, you expect him even to fold like Ace-10, Ace-9, those type of hands, blind on blind, with the 2 short stacks left here four-handed. But Danny just coming in for a raise instead, makes it 270k, and Josh with a 10-8. Probably going to pill this in position. Blind on blind, Danny, the big stack, should be raising a fair amount. He'll be aware of that.
(5-5-3) flop, and that is the student flop.
And this is just going to go bet fold. Danny should be continuing. 5-5-3 flop, hard for our opponent to connect on a paired board, because Josh needs a specific range of hands to continue here against us, especially because of stack sizes as well. And Danny doing exactly what he should be doing with the big stack, applying pressure to second in chips. And now Josh just can't call. Wants to preserve his stack. You don't want to get into that danger zone territory with both Nick and Tom. Sorry, Nick and Josh. And does get it through.
Four left. What a superb competition, tournament, fantastic week.
And Josh got an easy shove here.
Josh is going to move all in. 2.4 mil. 20 bigs. And the crowd stand.
And Tom's just going to have to fold.
It's a winner. The crowd sit. Like doing the Mexican wave. Down
yeah, with that hat on as well, yeah. It's like a football match when your team's on the attack down the end that you're sitting, everyone just stands up in unison.
Okay, we have an all-in and fold again.
Danny 6.7 million, Josh 2.6, and then 1.4 and 1.2. 11 and 10 bigs for the bottom two stacks. At what point do they move? What was the prize pool for the main event this year? The main event prize pool was 796 times 3. 23,800. A little bit more. £120 off 24,000.
Yeah, £23,880.
23,880. There's the top. I'll just stick that in there.
So Nicholas moves all in, blind on blind, and Danny just going to have to fold.
Just short of £24,000 in the prize pool. 23,880. Fantastic prize pool for the £30 entry. £6,060 up top. If you've only had one entry, that's some ROI.
Blind on blind here, Danny with King 6 in the small. I just think we should be shoving here into Josh.
You said that last over.
Yeah, I know, but Josh just has to call off so tight with these two short stacks still at the table. Just because it's a night, well, it's a 30.
Oh, get them in middle.
Yeah, 30 buy and
if only we could see the cards. They'd be in like a heartbeat. We just calls. Just makes it up. $975.
Very interesting. Both players flop a gut shot. And should see Danny continue. Really want to start applying pressure to Josh. And does continue. About 350k. Josh, you expect to peel once here in position with a gut shot. It's not the fact we're calling to bin car 8, it's the fact it's blind on blind. Danny, the chips, big chip stack, can have pretty much any two here in this spot. And the other thing as well, if he's going to play honestly on later streets, Josh actually coming in for a raise here, makes it 850k with the King 8.
Nice bet from Josh.
Yeah,
liking that.
He's not fussed about the pay jumps. He's planning to win this, obviously. No ICM considerations from Josh. Danny makes the call, and now Josh with just 1.5 million. He's got around 0.7 SPR. It'd be interesting to see if he's going to jam turn. So Danny's going to check. He's going to play and flow. We can't do anything but check here. And I'd be very interested to see if Josh continues the story.
So tennis spades on the river. The check mark goes to Josh.
Yeah,
There's the 8 plays on a board like this. The 8 does play for Josh.
Number 7 and Nicholas Wood.
I think if we're floating the raise on the flop when Josh checks back turn, we're just going to shove here as Danny. I think he's just going to shove here. He's not going to float with no plan. The way I've seen him plan, this is great.
Yeah, that's the lot of it.
Yeah, and now this is the problem. I know Josh went for it and put in a good raise, but now we've lost nearly half our stack this hand. Can't call with king high here. But if we just take the more standard line and check call, and Danny might actually just give up and check to us, and we're going to win it at a showdown anyway. But not insta folding. But Danny's played really well, and this here is so good. It's just Josh with the other 2 shorties. I know he's as short as them now after this pot, but I'm really surprised that he did take an aggressive action, because of the pay jumps in terms of buy-ins are very big. And eventually folds, and well played Danny. That is a very good bluff set.
And that's leaving Josh with 11 big blinds and 1.4 mil. Look at that for a stack.
Yeah, talk about being in the driver's seat. Danny with 7.7 million now, and Josh has put himself right back amongst the other 2 short stacks. Danny with the 7 deuce on the button. Just going to let this one go. And blind on blind here, Josh with queen 7. Probably going to jam for 11 bigs. Saw him shove the jack 5 for 14 bigs earlier, blind on blind. So taking that into account, I think he might just move in here as well. No, he's going to fold this time. Just let the computer hand go. Had the bang average hand there with queen 7. What a fold as well. Would have run into ace queen in the big. Must have known. So
Coventry City drew 1 apiece today. A lot of crowd come downstairs into the Grosvenor Casino to talk about the game and
have a beer,
meet some friends. Very busy in the casino itself when the match is on, either rugby or football.
Can't get in, Lady G's.
No,
you literally cannot get in there.
There was a big announcement, wasn't there? It was a presentation or something.
King 10 for Thomas, blind on blind. This should go in, should be shoving.
I'm all in. That's what he's going to say. We'll look at the deal and say, I'm all in. No?
Yeah, no, this...
Raises to 240,000.
Yeah, this is the problem. Nicholas with ace 9 here. We actually give our opponent a chance to shove over the top of us. It's just so much better to come in for a jam, and these 2 hands are always going to get in anyway.
No, we can't fold. Or can we?
Well, usually this is just going to...
we should be raised folding with 11 bigs. Don't think we should be. Is he going to see a flop? No, he's not. He's trying to check his cards and muck them. Well, that doesn't happen very often when you've got 11 bigs. So we're on 4. Thomas down to 10 bigs. Josh on 11. 7 million chips in seat number 1. Danny Petros. These are going in. There's the triangle. Player is all in. Oi, oi.
Oi, oi, indeed.
Now then.
In it goes.
Count, please. He's just got more than you.
Yeah, this
Thomas.
This should be going in. We're four-handed here. Sevens, 4. It's effectively like a cut-off jam from Tom. And like he's going to be shoving all pairs.
So 1.4 million all in.
Always suited ace-X. And
they're in.
And it does go.
Now then, Nick. Nick Bigham with King Queen.
Nick's not going to call off this action in front of
Nick's
him.
not going to call, but it's one of Josh's outs.
He would have called if Thomas folded.
Yeah.
Well, I suspect he would have called if Thomas folded, but he's going to...
King Queen will get out of the way.
He's going to let it go now. And one of
on to the next. 2 all-ins before you. ICM Madness. That's it. Get them in the middle.
And that's another point out to point out. If we've just folded there with the King Queen, one of these players could bust, and if they don't bust, they're going to be left with 200k unless it's a chop. So big flip this.
So Mickey Pearce is going to need to hit to survive. Our U-Clan champion Josh Barker is all in with ace queen. Thomas Razy has the 7s. No floppers yet. Looks a bit painty, to be fair. It's not, it is, it's the wrong kind of paint though. 10, king, 9, 8 on the turn. So we're going to have to leave. We're going to watch queen or a jack or an ace. And it's a 4. Josh Barker, what a... Gets himself... Oh, he's on 195, is he?
We're going to check stack sizes, but you may still have some chips.
Wow, I thought he was out. The stack sizes said that he wasn't the all-in player.
And he has got some chips back.
He has.
He's got a lifeline.
He has a lifeline. So the chip's slightly out. But Thomas down on fumes. In fact, it was Thomas who was all in, wasn't it? Thomas Razy. And Thomas takes all his chips apart from one big, by the looks of that. So they're all in because he's on the big blind. So he wasn't the all-in player. It was Josh. He wasn't the all-in player.
So you're going to need one hell of a spin here, Josh. Danny actually wakes up with ace king here. He's just going to jam after Nicholas limps button. Danny's going to jam. I actually don't hate this limp on the button from Nicholas. Well, I can tell you why he's limped. He's limped because he just expects Danny to complete in the small so often, and then we can just check it down and potentially bust another player.
Well, King 8 would be a decent hand forehand most times. Unfortunately, he's running to chip leaders ace king.
Yeah, going to need help. Going to need to find an 8 to see if he can get a potential spin up here, Josh. The rails on their feet. Ace 9 4. So
just about
yeah,
it.
drawing dead to running 8s.
Running 8s, and that's it.
That is it.
I'm saying that's it. It is. So, well done, Josh. Great effort. You've got yourself a new table to play with when you get back to the student union, because your team has won the championships and you have just collected £1,505 for finishing 4th. What a good effort.
And we're down to a 3.
We're on 3.
And don't forget, guys, GQ kicking off in under 10 minutes time. The 6 o'clock event just about to start.
Get in.
Get yourself in. It's a 6k guarantee, and it's a freeze out, so really need some entries in that to hit the guarantee. 200 entries needed. King Queen for Nicholas under the gun. Should be a shove here for him. He's playing 13 bigs. Should be going in. In it goes. Oh, and Thomas with ace queen.
Cool.
And Nicholas, we could be heads up just like that.
A count. Not too sure we need a count. 300.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Don't know why we're counting here, Thomas. They're never folding, ever.
Yeah,
not ever in the history of the game are you folding ace queen.
Yeah, Nicholas isn't going to like this at all when he sees the hand. He once Thomas tanks.
Yeah, he makes the call.
Like, we should always at least be live.
Nicholas might think he was going to be in front with king queen.
Yeah, not necessarily in front. Our opponent should never have ace queen or ace king here.
And that's for count.
Yeah, we should always be live. I'd be. It should just be a snap call.
So Nicholas needs to get lucky. Or Tom raise it, will be heads up. It's UWE versus UWE.
Yeah.
Oh, he's hit the king. The 3 outer is there. The 3 outer for Nick Bigham is there.
The 10 on the turn doesn't change a thing. Ace is needed or a jack. Otherwise we'll get a double up.
What a game.
Yeah.
What a game.
The old poker gods don't like it when you don't snap call when you should.
No. No. That king would hit the flop if it had snap calls. Sean Hayden would have changed the deck.
I'm looking forward to Sean at the Goliath this year, actually. Yeah. Always has new tricks up his sleeve.
He is a ledge.
Snickers or something, Dave, please. That's the neck in the game, man. Doesn't want to be. Or something else.
Where's the rail gone, Tower? We've lost half the rail.
We've lost the rail now. Josh is gone. He's off to pick up his table.
Then he can watch Del Boy and Boise play on it. Jack 9 under the gun for Danny. Effective button, so expect him to come in for an open here. and does, makes it 250, and we're going to get 2 quick folds.
$60, $120 for the final hand at that level. $80, $160, we don't it very often.
Goliath?
Yeah, Goliath we do. 100, 200 wasn't it, the final level last year of the Goliath?
This one has 150, 300 draft or something. After that, there's no more levels. So we should be finished by now. In total, about 7 minutes. I'll call them back in a second.
Total 60.
So Nicholas makes it 260k, blind on blind, and Danny going to pill the Jack 9 in position. Ace 8-6 rainbow. So Nicholas, after being the pre-flop raiser, should be continuing here. Really good board for our perceived range, and it's going to get the job done because Danny just can't continue with Jack 9. Especially against his size, maybe when a pinch smaller, potentially could float blind on blind, the 3-handed, but I think Danny's going to find a better spot and just let this one go. Not insta folding. Okay, he is going to pull out the float in position. He's had a really good read on every situation this final table, Danny. Every time he's made a play like this, he's been correct about the type of hand his opponent has, like in this case just an airball, and he's not floating because he thinks Jack High is the best hand. He's floating to bet if it's checked to him on the turn. And there's the check from Nicholas, and now the man at the moment who's been playing so well this final table is definitely going to come in for a bet here. I'd be very shocked if he checks behind. But we floated for this exact reason, for our opponent to check, and we can barrel and get the fold that we need. How are we doing, Tom? All right?
Yeah, good, thank you, buddy. Very good.
G-Cook just kicking off.
Yeah, it's just now, literally just now kicking off this minute. 116, I think, was in last time
Wow.
I checked, so good
That's a great start, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of hours late registration, so...
Yeah. And there's the bet from Danny, and Nicholas got no option here but to fold. There's nothing we can do in this spot with Queen 5. It's just got to go into the muck. But this man in seat 1, if he does go on to take this down, it is fully deserved the way he has played this final table. Came in with a big stack and used it to perfection. Feel that play, Tom?
Which one?
That one, the old float. Float on the flop.
I love it. I love it. Blind on blind in this situation. I really like that on the big blind float, and with his stack size as well. I like just calling behind a lot because it's the frequency of checks on the turn is actually so high.
I know, exactly that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. I'm not sure how active Nick's been from the small blind, so I don't know. But in general, like, yeah, if you've got a big stack, you can just call the small blinds, bet on the flop. It gives you options on the turn.
Yeah, when they do check. Obviously, we just snap fold to a double barrel, but we're calling to get that check on the turn from our opponent.
Yeah.
Danny here with King 7, probably just going to shove here. I believe Tom on his left, sub 15 big, so should just be moving in here with a king in our hand. There's the all in. Well, it's an effective all in for Thomas, and he's just going to have to fold. Yeah, really has put on a real show for us, this FT. This man in seat 1, been great to watch.
Leading for a while, right? He's been
he's since I think 8-handed. He had the chip lead, and he's kept it.
Yep.
Yeah. So
and he was wasn't he one of the chip leaders in day 2?
Yes, he was. Yeah, at the end of day 2, he was. I believe. Yeah, he was the chip leader.
It's not actually that. It's pretty tough to
go
from that point and still.
But from what I've seen, you can understand why. Like, everything he's doing is correct, and like, his plays are really creative as well. Like, thinking outside the box.
Obviously, just joining you now. Do we know much about Danny? Have we seen him on tour on the circuit?
No, I've never seen him. I was saying to Tao, I hadn't actually seen him on the feature table before today.
Okay.
But he's really impressed on the feature table. His biggest poker win, only £1,800. I think it would be a lot larger the way he has played.
Yeah.
But obviously that's not going to be the case anymore because he's locked up 2.5k now. So been playing for 5 years. First ever day 3 for him today.
Very good.
He's a Hertfordshire boy like me, studying business entrepreneurship. Sixes for Thomas on the button. He's got an easy all in, and Nicholas probably going to ISO here. You suspect this is sub 10 bigs with sixes. I think Nicholas is just going to move all in.
Yep.
I imagine if Danny wakes up with a hand behind and could take the comp down here as well. I haven't seen that since I've been commentating on this tour. It finishing going straight from 3-handed to a winner.
It's one of these situations with stack sizes that you can.
Yeah, and there's the ISO as expected, but Danny doesn't wake up with anything, and we're off to the races. Flip him. Thomas with sixes, Nicholas with King Jack suited. This is 49.51% equity. This is
very close.
Very
good luck to Thomas, who's at risk. Are these gents friends from they both
yes,
UWE?
They are both UWE. Yeah. It's a good flop for the sixes. It's a good flop. Just needs to fade a king or a jack. Or a 9. A 9 would now do the job for the king jack. So king, jack or 9 needed to fade. And it's a deuce, so the sixes will double up.
Switching stacks, right?
Switching stacks, but Nicholas now very short, as you can see, 6 big blinds. Thomas with 15 bigs, just sub.
So, out of interest, Jay, if you're Danny in that last hand,
yeah,
what's your calling range? on obviously against Nick Shove. You've got Shove and then Nick reshove.
So Nick reshove
what are you calling
for 2.1k? So what's that? It's
1
like
mil.
40. Yeah, it's like 2.1 mil. Like 14 bigs. So I'm probably calling Ace Jack plus, 8s plus, and yeah, that's it. Ace Jack plus, 8s plus.
Okay.
Just because the fact of the matter, we don't want to call too wide, because if we call and then Nicholas doubles up through us as well, and then we're heads up, we haven't got as big as a chip lead heads up as well.
I'm too late back in the pro on the G Coupe leaderboard.
Oh no, Tower.
Man, I forgot.
No, I think you can still go.
Can you?
I kept it open till 9, so if you
Oh,
want to
sweet.
back your pro, you can still do it. So you could wait a little bit later, see how the pros are getting on in their first few events, and get a bit of an edge. But
Okay, T.
Go on, Joe.
Go on, Jeff. 132 started the first event.
Yeah, we've got 2 hours late reg.
2 hours late reg and 132 runners. That's excellent.
Good start. Only early doors, so.
So Danny here, 8-4 suited on the bar. I'm probably just going to let this go, just because someone's sitting in the small 6 bigs, like they're going to be shoving very wide. Well, definitely here, as Tom's going to shove with the 10s, and with 6 big blinds, Nicholas 8 deuce can actually find a fold with his hand and lets it go. 4 bigs now. Blinds really catching up with the stacks. Only 80 odd bigs in play.
Gonna need a bit of luck, Nick, to
get a spin, yeah. But it can happen.
Yeah.
It can most definitely happen. And the problem with 3-handed, we haven't got long. We've probably got like 4 hands now before we just have to get in any 2.
Green 2 on the small. Probably good enough for Nick, yeah. Danny's not going to be able to fold this. Oh, yeah, it's folded.
Yeah, that's folded it.
Okay.
It's quite close, that 10-5 off. A real garbage hand. 6 bigs. If we double Nicholas up, so they've got it's going to have 13, 14 bigs. If he had like 10-7, 10-8, I think we would have seen him call, but like 10-5.
Got all the straight options.
yeah. You can't make a straight without 10 or a 5. Very true. But
yeah, okay.
wow, Nicholas finding queens with 6 bigs.
Timing.
Oh, wow!
that work?
Danny's got ace king.
That's the right setup.
Here we go, the classic.
What are we thinking about?
The Nick tournament leg.
Nick's not going to believe it. He's found queens with 6 bigs and he's still in a coin flip
There's still another
situation.
gentleman in the pot, so he might just be
trying to bring him in.
Exactly, yeah.
Trying to bring in Thomas as well. Well, not now, we're not. The 8.2 million's over the line. Queens against Ace King. This is the proverbial flip, and we're 3-handed. Wowzers. Who wins? Oh, we're going to be heads up. Oh, the aces, but look at the queen.
Ace in the window and the queen comes behind it. That's the worst when you're in these flips situation. You see your overcard in the window.
So the queens.
Nick will double up.
We're going to double up after seeing the ace in the window. Wow. Nick, yes, he's double up.
Tom, Dennis asks, he's got a question. Before you go, how do you join the pro team?
How did you join the pro team?
Yeah.
It's a good question. Well, there's numerous ways really. We've had, you look how we've got our pros have joined us so far. You know, obviously results help.
Yep.
A couple of big results. And we have budget for a certain amount of pros as well. So you know, we've got 4 or 5, but that can change year on year. But
Or does he mean how do you pick a pro?
well, like we run, so from a live perspective, we ran a promotion where they had UKSPC passport, and we had Andy Hills, we had David Gee. Andy Hills went on to perform extremely well, and he got offered a sponsorship. That's probably the best way in, really. You know, you come in through an online promotion where you get a passport, and you go on to do well representing Team Grosvenor. You know, that's the way to get yourself noticed on the...
Not only that with Andy as well, like he's fantastic on social media. If you follow him on all forms of social media, he's always tweeting where he's playing, he's always representing Team Grosvenor, always wearing the patch. Every event that he's here, he will always come in and do some comms with us as well. Always helps out with the commentary and...
Yep. Occasionally we have, you know, we look at introducing new pros for the team, but not at the moment. So we haven't got any positions available at the moment, but...
Where do you sign up to pick a pro for the G Cup? Where do you have to go for that? If I want to go into Katie Swift's team
for the holding tank for the pro league.
So you go to the free roll tab.
The free roll tab, yeah.
You go to the free roll tab. There's a back your pro Beavers, back your pro Swift, etc.
Excellent.
Choose one of your pros, and if your pro comes top of the pro leaderboard for G Cup, then you get a chance to play in the £500 free roll at the end of the series.
So it's on the actual client, is it?
Yep.
Right.
Yep, so you have to join the holding tournament.
Yeah. And we've got until 9 o'clock to do it.
Yeah. The pro question's quite a funny one because we do get people contact us quite a bit saying, how do we get sponsored? How do you get this? You know, it's and that's good. That's a great thing to see because you want people to be aspiring to be that.
Of course.
We want people to know that there's plenty of chances out there for them. And there is, you know, there will be chances in the future, you know. But for us, you know, it's all through online. So, you know, we look to get people online and people who obviously play live as well, and to support online and the retail tours.
Yeah. Strange one from Thomas here. Should just be shoving the pocket sixes. Makes it 400k on the button, and if I'm Nicholas here, I'm probably shoving the ace 8 here. Sub 15 big blinds, there's a button open, we've got an ace in our hand, should be moving in. And this is one of the problems with just opening the sixes rather than just open shoving. We leave room for our opponents to rip over the top of us and then potentially get bluffed off our hand. But looks like he's going to fold. Looks like it's going to go into the muck from his body language. You don't often see that sort of posture when someone's going to call. So I actually think Nicholas may fold here.
Yeah.
I'd like to see a jam, but I think he's probably going to let it go.
I don't know how well he knows Thomas, but maybe if he knows Thomas, you think, he's chucked it.
Yeah, there we go.
He would be thinking Thomas should be shoving it, so why is he min raising? Like, it's quite polarised,
Yeah,
you think, really,
it is,
isn't it? It's like, and the sixes should always be a shove.
And it's important if we are opening sixes here, we should already know what we're going to do. We should know if Nicholas shoves whether we're going to call or fold, or if Danny shoves in the bigger we're going to call or fold. We have to make that decision before we actually put the original raise in. It's so important to think later on down the streets, and in the case of if our opponent does this, you should already know what your action's going to be. He's going to tank for a bit here. It'll be interesting to see where he flicks in the call. What's probably going through his head is if I call here, I'm basically hoping for a coin flip, but if Nicholas is shoving the right range, he should have some suited wheel aces in there as well, worse pairs that we do actually crush, and does flick in the call. And this is a huge flip because basically it's a coin flip for second place. Let's get the
jump.
Got it here.
At least a grand, isn't it?
Yeah, at least a grand. Yeah, so it's actually a £1,800 pay jump, 1740. So this is a 1740 flip, basically.
Oh,
wow. Comes to ace.
Nick's got 3 of a kind, so he's just looking to fade the sixes. Turns a king, so 2 sixes left in the deck. Will Thomas hit one? Nope.
So the ace-8 will double up, and that's going to leave Thomas extremely short. I think he's going to have sub-5 bigs after losing that flip. And Nicholas, who is down to 6 bigs.
Yeah, I think 4 bigs, wasn't he?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Because he got one jam through with the when Danny folded the 10-5.
Right,
yeah.
He's already, he's back into good shape here, and Thomas is in trouble.
Yeah, Thomas is going to really need to ride his luck to be able to get heads up. Really going to need a big spin.
But he could do a nick.
Yeah, he could do a nick. Yeah, you're right. Well, we'll see shortly when the graphic comes up how many bigs he actually has left.
Yeah.
But I can't see it being more than 5 big blinds.
Yeah.
He's just nipped out quick logs. I think he's. We've been in the booth all day, haven't eaten anything, so I think he's just nipped out to get some grub, keep him going. He should be back soon. Speak of the devil.
What's that?
Logs asked where you were.
I'm never far away.
And Danny's shoving the king 4. And looks like he's running to ace 10 of Thomas. Thomas finds ace 10 with 2.5 bigs. And has the best hand. Needs to fade a king or a 4. And he's actually going to be near the millball mark again.
410 at 120 blinds? Or is it 160?
160.
Wow.
Oh, 4 on the flop. However, we do have Will outs. Can find a 3. So ace 10 or 3 needed to stay in the game.
Oh, we're going to be heads up for the title.
No,
and all the money.
No help on the turn. So an ace or a 3 or 10 required. Otherwise, that will mean we're heads up.
Nice.
And it's
another
4 on the river. The king 4 making trips. We lose Thomas Raisley from the tournament, which means we're heads up between Danny and Nicholas. We're going to be on a short break, but we'll be back soon with all the heads up coverage, playing down to a winner. We'll see you in about 20 minutes or so.
No, it's about 7 minutes.
About 7 minutes.
7 minutes.
Perfect. See you in 7.
There you go.
And then like 300, how can you get queens against this king there? Ever 300?
Yeah, very easy.
Ever easy. Always a sweat. And you see the ace in the window, then a queen.
Okay, you want 3 and 7?
3 and 7.
Huh? There's no antes in it, huh?
No idea.
You can eat 5k, so I can raise the 5k. 75. Okay. 42, 43. 4,300,000. 4,300,000. No Andy. Nine. Give me one. I'm so bad. So bad. 10. Yeah, 1 million. 9. 1. When you break it down, can you take all that? Leave it there while I'll take that one. I'll do it. Oh, you can do it. Take it on. Scared dealer. Last night dealer. Moves away. That's it? Yeah. Still reinforced. We ready? Yeah, I'm not ready.
Dennis, it's 10,000 short.
Yeah, that's fine. There's no more. Oh, yeah, take it.
I've actually both got one. Yeah, it's pretty similar, yeah. Yeah, I just said if you don't want to talk to me, that one is I could, but the other said it only Mexican torch.
Take a seat. We're taking 1 mil of you.
And we are back. Good evening, everybody. We are down to the last 2 players. We are heads up for the title. It's been a great tournament so far, and we are left with Danny Petros from Northampton Uni and Nick Bigham. And Nick's from UWE. So heads up, just about to start. I can't see this being a long one, guys, because of how many chips are in play. It's a half-hour clock now as well. Be surprised if it goes on more than an hour and a half. Take your seats as this tournament comes to a conclusion. One player will be taking home £6,060 and one of £4,200. Both with £4,200 locked up. This is basically an £1,800 heads up match. And we're just about to get under the way. Good luck to both players. Well done for making it this far. But only one will take home the trophy. It's been an amazing 5 days here in Coventry. It's been really nice to get different diversity of events on the stream as well. We had the heads up, we had the Six Max, we had the Grosvenor sponsored Pro Sit and Go. How are you doing, Harry? Yeah, room for Danny. Sat next to him on 3 different tables and played cash with him on Tuesday. Solid and puts you in some very tough spots, Harry says.
Well done, Harry.
What we've seen of Danny, though he has played very well, I'm not surprised that he would be a pick.
Well done to you, Harry. Been good having you on the feature table in the final as well. Well done, buddy. So, as Jay's just said, it might not be a long battle.
And incoming 3-bet straight away from Danny out the big, putting his foot down. And with 25 big blinds, Nicholas should only be doing one thing here, you suspect. We haven't really got no room for a 4-bet. So I just expect the triangle to go his way, and Danny will have to get out of the way. And that's going to pigeon things up a little. Stacks will then be very similar.
All in. If it was King 10 suited, would he call?
No, he still let the King 10 suited go, yeah. But there you see it, 5.3 million play, 6.6 million. So
levels your devils just about. Couple of big blinds in it.
You got to remember as well, Nicholas was down to 4 big blinds, and he span it right up, and now he's well in contention.
I've got a plan for you, clan.
Go on, what's the plan?
They should have rent-a-rail.
Rent-a-rail? What, so if you make a final table of a big tournament, you can go on rentarail.com and rent a rail to come and give you support. I like it,
because
Tower.
As soon as everybody from Newclan disappeared, the whole place emptied.
Yeah, this is...
we could do with rent-a-rail.
This could be a...
Whoever's listening from Newclan, rent-a-rail is my idea. Get it sorted and I'll just take 25%.
Tower's got the rights to it.
We're on it.
What a great idea.
Yeah, rent-a-rail.
This time next year we'll be millionaires.
This time next year, Rodney. It's a great idea. It is a cracking idea. I'm up for it.
Ace-8 for Nicholas on the button will be opening. And now that Nicholas has actually taken a nice pot early on there, we're actually 40, I believe, well, between 30 and 40 big blinds deep. So there's definitely some play here for both players. We are going to be seeing some flops. It's not like it's just all going to be getting in pre now. Danny, King 10 again. Is he going to 3-bet again? And this time just calls.
Flop time. Heads up for the title. Ten Jack 4.
Yeah, so Danny catches middle pair. Nicholas with just ace high. Danny's going to check over to Nicholas. Should be playing in float and does. And Nicholas, this is on the line. You can see, but there's some of the time you can check behind. You can go either way on this board with the ace-8. He's coming in for the continue though. Won't get a fold from Danny. Danny will be making the call.
Big Nick's hit 340,000. And a call.
Yeah, so pot brewing, 1.4 mil in the middle.
Five of hearts hits the turn. No, does Danny approach it? Does Danny check call again?
Yeah, Danny's going to be check calling again. He's not going to lead here. He's literally got a check over to Nicholas. And I think Nicholas is probably going to check back here. If we barrel here, we're sort of just targeting 4x hands, and flush draws are going to call again heads up. So we're basically just trying to get 4x to fold it, and some gut shots as well, like some. It's coming in for their double barrel though. So really applying the aggression here, heads up. Danny should be calling again.
625 this time. Putting the pressure on Danny Petros.
Like in a full ring game like this, you may elect to fold the second pair facing a double barrel, but heads up, because ranges are just so wide, and our opponent on the button can pretty much have any two that he's opening. Need to be calling twice with middle pair and taking a river. But if Nicholas does come in for the 3-barrel, that's when we're going to be in the spot.
Oh, he gets there on the river. Now then, this changes things around.
Yeah, so this is going to go check. and then I think Nicholas is probably going to come in for some value. Probably
does check.
Probably expects Ace Jack or Ace 10 to 3-bet pre. So I think he's going to come in some value. Try and get called by some Jack X hands, some like Jack 9, Jack 8, Jack Queen, Jack King, those type of holdings. So I don't really want to go too big here. I think 900k like is a nice size to go around that sort of mark. Really try and get a crying call from a like Jack X type hand.
We've got 1,050,000.
Yeah, their sizing's nice here.
Yeah,
no
that's
more,
exactly what it is.
No more than half pot.
1,050,000.
And now Danny going to be in a tough spot with the King 10. And that Danny knows even if Nicholas doesn't have an ace, a lot of the time he's going to represent this ace on the river because it's a lot better for his range than for Danny's. Especially how the hand's played as well. Danny should never really have any ace-x hands here other than the ace-x of clubs.
So the bet of 1.1 mil.
Yeah,
this Danny Petros to the sword.
Yeah, this is a really nice value bet from Nicholas. Really nice size as well. He understands that Danny's range here is going to be just one pair a lot of the time, like a Jack X type of hand, 10X as we can see as well in this case. And like this is a really good size to try and get called by those specific holdings. It does make a good fold.
Good fold.
Really good hand to watch that actually.
The crowd go wild.
Seems like we've got two very good players here at the back end of the tournament, which you expect. You don't get through a field of nearly 800 players.
Exactly right.
Not being able to play.
Nick now chip leader. Nick Bigham from the UWE. I think came second.
And Danny, who's pretty much had the chip lead for nearly all the final table, has now lost it for the first time in a while. And,
so blinds up. 1-2. No running ante.
But he played the hand well. He didn't put a penny in when he was behind. Called twice when he was in front and folded when he was behind. You're going to make a lot of money long term if that's the case.
So 100, 200 now. Will this be that last level?
Yeah, so 100, 200, 60
average
bigs.
Stack's 30 bigs.
Yeah, average stack is 30 bigs.
Yeah. Could well be the final level. Not with 6 deuce.
Yeah.
Oh, you never know.
Draw. Chelsea United draw.
And what's the jack for? The flat tyre.
So raise and take Danny there.
$100,000, $200,000 heads up in the final of the Student Championships. Just short of 800 runners and just short of a £24,000 prize pool. First prize £6,060. Second £4,200. Deuce 4. You ever get walks? Yep, there's one of them. You don't have to play every hand.
Yeah, heads up. Would have run into ace 10. Yeah, heads up on the button. You're going to be opening very, very wide, like 18, sometimes even 90% of your range. But you do need some folds on the button. We can fold the trash hands. Just because it's heads up and they're on the button doesn't mean we get dealt 9-3 off. We need to open it. We can still fold it. That's what I love about heads up as well. When you got a trash hand, you fold it and straight away it's the next hand. You don't have to wait around waiting for the hand to play out. Yeah. Straight back into the action. Jack deuce for Nicholas. He's just going to fold that on the button. So Danny opening Jack deuce and Queen 10 suited in the big. Nicholas isn't going to be going anywhere. He'll make the defence.
10 is not. Queen, King, 7.
Yeah, so
top pair, middle pair for Nick.
So this is going to go check, bet, call. Danny, King, Queen, 7, rainbow flop. It's a good board for the opener's range. Going to be continuing, you suspect. And we'll get a pretty quick call from Nicholas now. And Nicholas actually has Danny drawing to 4% equity here, as we can see. So about 5-2-5. Nicholas will make the call after some deliberation.
He makes that call. So it's all turned around, heads up. Danny is going to be fighting the battle because Nick has taken the chip lead. I like it. It's interesting because Danny now hits a pair.
Yeah, this is check. This is going to go check. I thought Nicholas was going to lead there. But this we should be checking this back as Danny. We've picked up showdown now. We're now ahead of 7x. And when you think about the range of hands that Nicholas has pulled us with on the flop, like he will have some Jack X in there as well, some straight draws that now pick up a pair on the turn.
Any 10s about?
Yeah, Queen 10 gets there on the river, and this is going to go lead fold. I don't think Danny's going to be able to call with a Jack. Nicholas specifically needs to be turning 7x into a bluff. He's actually checked here, Nicholas, and Danny's checked behind, and Nicholas is going to take the pot. And it's actually role reversal from where we started now. Nicholas with a near 2-1 chip lead over Danny. It's really turned things around.
The crowd roared. Great crowds all week. We know they're petered out now, but most students are making their way back to where the union side events going on. The Challenge Cup has finished. Who won the Challenge Cup? Alex Howell. Won. How hell did he win it?
Nicholas pocket 5s on the button, should be coming in for a raise. And does. Danny with 6 deuce of clubs. Probably seeing bin it if it was offsuit, but expect him to pill.
Fives for Nick. He's raised to 450 in his roll reversals. He is chip leader. Is the 6-4-2 on to the next hand. No, we're defending. Are we defending because of suited?
Yeah, it's fine to defend.
Yeah.
6-2 suited heads up. It's fine to take a flop, always getting a good price, assuming our opponent hasn't opened too big. Wow!
Oh, what a setup! What, the dealer wants to go home.
Wow!
What a setup!
Top and bottom for Danny. and Nicholas flops middle set.
Wow.
Well,
Danny's thinking, how am I getting paid?
Yeah, this is game over unless.
Check, bet, jump.
Yeah,
probably.
I just can't see this not going in.
Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
Well, Danny may just call here. Actually, he may not rip.
Do you think?
Yeah, Nicholas will have lots of overcards that are just going to fold to a rip that we've got drawing pretty thin. Like if he's got like 10 jack, ace queen, those type of hands.
I'm just thinking if he's got any 3 of spades, any 4 of spades, any gut shots around, he might.
Yeah, I know, but it's like risk versus reward, and it looks like he's just counting out a call. And the thing is, unless this turn gives Nicholas quads or is a 3 or a 4, it should all go in on the turn because of stack sizes.
Yeah.
But a 3 or 4,
it's an 8.
It's an 8. So now Danny's going to check, Nicholas will bet, and then Danny's going to jam, because then he's just not going to flat and leave himself like around a half-size pot bet for the river. So Nicholas will fire again, probably going to come in quite big here. This board's getting fairly wet, so expect him to go somewhere around like 1.3, 1.4, that sort of size. And then Danny's got no option but to shove. It's just a sick caller, heads up. It's going quite small here, actually, Nicholas, and I still think as Danny.
Nearly a mil. 1,050,000.
Okay, yeah, this is fine. We're just over.
So
a
now
half
it's
pot,
a jam.
and now Danny won't just flat, leaving himself around a half pot size bet on the river. Mm-hmm. We've got 2 pair, and we're all in, and we're getting snap called.
This is going to be it.
Needs a 6.
A 6.
Or that will be the end. What a setup!
Absolutely insane flop.
Yeah, this was always going to get.
This is for the title. Danny's been chip leader for a long, long, long time, but Nick Bigham has taken the lead, and he needs to fade a 6 to be champion. The river.
That's it. It's a 5.
You mentioned quads.
Quads on the river to take the tournament down.
You mentioned quads.
Nicholas Bigham of UWE defeats Danny Petros, heads up from Northampton Uni. He's taking home £6,060. A great performance by Danny as well. He's going to take home £4,200 for his trouble. It's been a great 5 days of poker. It's been really fun here on the live stream. I've been Jay Harwood, over to Tower with the interviews.
Danny Petros, second out of 4 players short of 800 runners. That's not a bad effort, is it?
No, it's really good. It's been a really good week, lots of events, lots of new people. You know, it's been just such a great time, and yeah, it's really lucky and fortunate to get to the final table, and really happy.
How many guys came down for the week?
It was just me from my university.
Really?
Yeah.
Flying the flag for the whole of Northampton. Oh man! Yeah. I'll tell you what, it's great table, final table especially.
Yeah. You
had a lot of chips most of the time.
I did. Yeah, I was really lucky. Got some good spots, and yeah.
Really enjoyed it. We really enjoyed it. Is this your first?
First, yeah, UKSPC, yeah.
Are you coming back next year?
Hopefully, yeah, hopefully.
It's a fantastic event, like I said, just short of 800 runners and just taking just over £4,000. Fantastic effort.
Thank you.
Danny Petros, well done, buddy. Second.
Great
effort. Great effort.
Much.
It almost feels like saying the comeback kid has just won the student championships.
Yeah, I was pretty short at some points, but I finished with quads, so I got pretty lucky.
It's a fantastic hand to always remember winning one of the best fields we've had in the student championships. Just run us through the final table. Was it?
Not a whole lot, just laddering, picking spots, getting lucky. Just the guy who came second, he knocked out most people, I think. So
I would say at one point, Danny got 7 million chips out of the 12 million chips in play. It was literally like you were sat there thinking, who's next?
Pretty much, everyone was staying away from him, so that's what I did, and then got there eventually.
And the UWE as well?
Yeah.
You've had a good week, haven't you?
1 and 3, yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty.
I don't think anyone from our uni's ever final tabled it before, so.
Excellent. How often do you play?
I used to play a lot, now not so much.
You're going to get back into it?
Possibly.
Please get back into it. We just won the student championship.
I've got some money to spend on it. So.
Absolutely. It's not all going on poker though, is it?
Nah, I pay off some debts.
That's what we always do, yeah.
Go on a holiday, that's probably about it.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to get Yanis over to hand over the trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a massive round of applause, please, for the student champion 2019, Mr. Nick Bigham. Nick is going to celebrate with his friends for 2 minutes. You just go that way, young man. And now we're going to finish off with Yanis. We'll get him back down the table for all the photos. But
busy week again.
Team-wise, fabulous.
It was a busy week. Team worked really hard, all of us, and we did it again.
All the students are getting the UKPT field, the 25-25 field, the deep stack field, the training event like this.
Yes, we had a lot of students who've been travelling around now with GUKPTs, as you said, deep stacks, 25-25s, and they still come back and play this one, £30 comp. So
800 runners yet again.
Yeah, we made good efforts.
Really impressive.
Yeah. So
same time next year.
Yeah, I will do. One of my favourite events. I will do
and
next time.
And it's a lot of people's favourite events. Thanks to you guys for watching. It has been superb in the chat box. Well done to you, Clan, for taking home the superb table that's been donated by cardroomdirect.com. A superb table they're going to be playing on this week, I am sure. It is. 2 on the trot, must say that, but well done to Nick Bigham. He's just taking down the championship. He's going to be sat there in a couple of minutes' time for all the photos. We're back here in Coventry in a matter of 3 months' time for the Goliath, the big one. But we'll be back in again here in 12 months' time for the next student championships, because it is one hell of a week and we love it and you love it, which is why it will be back. From everybody involved and all the staff, they've done a fantastic job, and everybody behind the scenes, but from the tower and the team, ta-ta.